London-based PR consultancy for communications and has specialized in travel and lifestyle PR for the past decade. During that time, she's worked with clients spanning different areas of the travel sector, from tourist boards and tour operators to hotels, airlines, cruises, and ferry companies. Her work encompasses traditional and new media, and that's meant that she's seen the rise of social media and travel bloggers firsthand. So, Sarah?
Yeah, one of the
Yes, case study about working with airlines. Sarah Wines is an associate director at London-based. During that time, she's worked with clients spanning different areas of the travel sector, from tourist boards and tour operators to hotels, airlines, cruises, and ferry companies. Her work encompasses traditional and new media, and that's meant that she's seen the rise of social media and travel bloggers firsthand. So, Sarah?
But at the end of the day,
Yes, case study about working with airlines. Sarah Wines is an associate director at London-based.
Traditional media, it's quite difficult to put that kind of thing into the narrative and make it actually.
During that time, she's worked with clients spanning different areas of the travel sector, from tourist boards and tour operators to hotels, airlines, cruises, and ferry companies. Her work encompasses traditional and new media, and that's meant that she's seen the rise of social media and travel bloggers firsthand. So, Sarah?
But at the end of the day,
Yes, case study about working with airlines. Sarah Wines is an associate director at London-based.
Traditional. So they worked with Tourism Victoria in Australia, the state of Australia, because they had new connecting flights from London through to Brunei. And then
during that time, she's worked with clients spanning different areas of the travel sector, from tourist boards and tour operators to hotels, airlines, cruises, and ferry companies. Her work encompasses traditional and new media, and she has
for all of those Brits that go over from the UK to Australia. Now, they really maximised the budget that they had by going to Tourism Victoria and saying, hey, we'd really like to do a campaign with the both of you, talking about Melbourne, but also talking about Brunei. So they got 5 travel bloggers, top travel bloggers, and flew them over with Royal Brunei to Melbourne to start off with. Each one of the travel bloggers had their own bespoke itinerary depending on what they were interested in. So there was one on nature and wildlife, one on arts and culture, one on food. By going to Tourism Victoria and saying, hey, and we'd really like to do a campaign with the both of you, talking about Melbourne, but also talking about Brunei. So they got 5 travel bloggers, that was with top travel bloggers, which was Melbourne touring, flew them over with Royal Brunei to Melbourne to start off with. They then took each one of the travel bloggers had their own bespoke itinerary depending on what they were interested in. So there was one on nature and wildlife, one on arts and culture, one on food. By going to Tourism Victoria and saying, hey, and we'd really like to do a campaign with the both of you, talking about Melbourne, but also talking about Brunei. The airline and really get into it, because there was a reason to talk about it. They were flying on the inaugural flight and made it very exciting. Now, there was obviously, when bloggers are concerned, loads of content that came out from the actual bloggers. They produced posts, they produced social media, videos. All of that was absolutely fantastic and everything that they expected. But what I also think is very important to take from this case study is the way that particularly Tourism Victoria really took that content and kept promoting it. It's all very well to sort of let your bloggers loose and they create great content and they can amplify it amongst themselves, but actually what you need to do is you yourselves take it through your channels and create more out of it at the same time. And we already heard from Alison from BBC Travel earlier about how Tourism Australia has really great channels, and Tourism Victoria is no different. They also use locals to talk to the bloggers, to say, hey, come and see my great vineyard, come and see this koala sanctuary, all of that kind of stuff, and encourage more debate and talk about it through that. At the end of the day, this kind of and they can amplify it amongst themselves, but actually what you need to do is you yourselves take it through your channels and create more out of it at the same time. And
Melbourne.
we already heard from Alison from BBC Travel earlier about how Tourism Australia has really great channels, and Tourism Victoria is no different.
You can make more.
They also use locals to talk to the bloggers, to say,
lastly,
hey,
Kate's going to give us
come and
another
see my
case
great
study
vineyard, come and see this koala sanctuary,
Well,
all of that kind of stuff, and encourage more debate
I did a road trip in the
and
southern
talk about
part of
it
the
through
United
that.
States. I called it the South USA
At the
road
end of the
trip.
day,
Now,
this kind of, and they can amplify it amongst
airline
themselves, but actually
giving
what you need to do is you yourselves take it through your channels and create more out of travellers at the same time. And we already heard from Alison from BBC Travel earlier about how Tourism Australia has really great channels, and Tourism Victoria is no different.
You can make more.
They also use locals
And if you're on the road for a
Sounds
to
good.
talk to the bloggers, to say,
Lastly,
hey,
Kate's going to give us
come and
another
see my
case
great
study.
vineyard, come and see this koala sanctuary, all of that kind of stuff, and encourage more debate and talk about it through that. At the end of the day, this kind of, and they can amplify it amongst themselves, but actually what you need to do is you yourselves take it through your channels and create more out of travellers at the same time. And we already heard from Alison from BBC Travel earlier about how Tourism Australia has really great channels, and Tourism Victoria is no different. They also use locals
if you're on the road for a
Sounds
to
good.
talk to the bloggers, to say,
Lastly,
hey,
Kate's going to give us
come and
another
see my
case
great
study.
vineyard, come and see this koala sanctuary, all of that kind of stuff, and encourage more debate and talk about it through that. At the end of the day, this kind of, and they can amplify.
all over the U.S. Oh, and also one other thing I forgot. One other great attribute is that they are all located immediately.
And amplify it amongst themselves.
Spend time driving through the middle of the city, trying to find parking, any of that stuff. It's just so easy. And the campaign worked so well. They were thrilled with all the coverage that they got, and now they've pretty much reinvented their brand as a road trip hotel.
All right. So based on the case studies you guys have already kind of outlined, Laurel, what do you think is a good tip for industry members now starting to look at working with bloggers?
I think it's really important to find the right blogger. So if you have a luxury hotel, you don't want to be working with a backpacker. If you're trying to promote, if you know your clients, or you're selling tours that are in the higher end, again, you don't want to be working with a backpacker. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. People get really concerned about numbers and say, I'm going to work with this person because their numbers are huge, but they mean absolutely nothing if they're not reaching the right people. So numbers, I think, are very important, but it's more important to look for that right fit. And you can see that, like, look at the social media posts. In a lot of ways, what we do, it's our resume. You can see exactly what we do from our posts. Look at the Twitter feeds, look at the Facebook feeds. Do you like this? Is this a good fit for your brand? And if it's not a good fit for your brand, you're better off to find another blogger who has fewer followers, but when you look at their social media feeds, you say, yes, this is the person I want to represent my company.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that you should look at the engagement that a blogger has. A blogger's just talking to nobody out there and nobody's actually listening, or are people interacting? Are they having conversations with people? That's the kind of thing that you want to look for. It's all very well a blogger saying, oh, I have X number of Twitter fans, thousands of them, but if no one's actually talking back to them or listening, then there's no point.
And Kate, what do you think are some ways that industry can make better use of the travel bloggers that they're working with?
I think it's important to have to create trips that are great for bloggers. If you're hosting somebody who is really great when it comes to food, have an experience line up for them. If you have somebody who's particularly into adventure travel, have some kind of interesting hike or
It's just
wildlife adventure
talking to
nearby.
nobody out there and
It's,
nobody's actually
kind of along the lines of
listening,
what Laura was saying about how important it is to find the right blogger. You also have to target them with the correct experiences. And another way in particular that I would say that a lot of people don't really think about is when they host photographers. Photographers absolutely need to be at the best photo spots at the best times of day. They take photos at sunrise and at sunset. They need to be at the great locations. So definitely account for that when you're hosting photographers in particular.
And as a photographer, to that point, it's nice to have that information also provided to you when you get there. It's like, okay, great, I don't have to research everything myself. There's a local on the ground that does that. What about, same question for you, Sarah. What are some ways industry can make better use of their travel bloggers?
I think you've really got to work out what your actual objectives are in the first place. I think lots of people go, oh, bloggers, this is a really cool new thing, I've got to be part of it. And they just rush into it, not really thinking about how and what they want the bloggers to be doing, what they even want to be promoting. Just in the same way that you have your objectives as part of your business goals, you need to work out what those business goals are in relation to the bloggers. What do you want them to promote? What do you want the outcomes to be? I think you need to look at it in that kind of way, very much strategically, which can be a bit of a pitfall to a lot of people.
Laurel, as a blogger, what do you think makes bloggers more effective or differently effective than traditional media?
Bloggers, this is a really cool new thing, I've got to be part of
Initially,
it.
we have a smaller reach.
And they just
than,
rush
say,
into it,
huge
not
magazine, national publication. But what happens when you have an advertisement or an article in the newspaper? You can't measure how many people are seeing it, for one thing. The next thing, that newspaper is gone. Even if you have a monthly magazine, maybe it's around for a month. Again, you can't measure it, and then it's gone. This trip I did to Everest Base Camp was in May. People are still tweeting about it. I just saw it on Twitter 2 days ago. You know, the bookings are still coming in. And a lot of bloggers, what we'll do is we'll share our content again, and to say, you know, I remember last year when I was visiting the amazing golden monkey, you know, in Rwanda. This kind of thing. And you don't have that option of doing that with print. And the other thing, like I said, is measurable. So in terms of how many visitors, like Kate talked about, the unique visitors she had, we can measure that, we can provide that, we can provide the tweet reach, we can tell you how many people have seen the Facebook post, and that's something that traditional journalism doesn't have.
Kate, do you feel the same?
Yes, I agree with Laurel, and I think also as well, bloggers are personalities. People follow blogs because they like following people. They like their stories. They have a level of trust with them that you don't get in a magazine or a newspaper with an anonymous follower. A lot of people reach out to me because they want to do the exact same thing that I did, because I showed it and I made it look like a lot of fun. I showed it from a lot of angles, and they want to do the same thing for themselves. So don't underestimate the power of personality in blogging.
And then, Sarah, do you have anything to add to that?
I agree absolutely with the trust thing. There's also, just on a very basic technical level, and I'm not very technical, but the SEO benefit of bloggers is huge. Google really trusts them. And for you to get your website up there and have an impartial person saying that your brand is top one, talking about it, that's really, really worthwhile. And equally, as well as the measurements that the bloggers themselves can give, you obviously have your own ability and should be looking at all of those Google Analytics, etc., behind your own website and working out what's working for you and what isn't.
All right, do we have any questions from Twitter? Okay, does anyone else in the audience have a question for the panel? We've got about 5 more minutes for questions. So the question was, how do you associate bloggers with your own blogs that you might be operating?
That's a really good question. I think it's very important actually for you guys to have your own blogs, but at the end of the day, you need to have great content as part of that, because otherwise they're worthless. That's the whole point of having your blog. And these guys know the business, they know what works. They can take your information about who your customers go. I think you need to use them almost as content producers for your blog at the same time. If I was going to do a blogger trip or whatever it happens to be, I would then negotiate some content as part of it. I think it should be a two-way thing. Yeah.
Can you guys give me some examples of how you've done that in the past?
Of how so a lot of times what we'll do is we will agree, and I think the other thing we haven't talked about, I think it's really important, is before the trip starts, before the deal starts, have some kind of agreement. How many blog posts, are you looking at those blog posts, maybe 3 blog posts, say, in a month? Or are you looking at, 10 blog posts within a year? And then you can also negotiate to say, you know what, we would also like to have 3 blog posts on our own blog. But to be honest, if you are asking content for your own blog, most bloggers would charge for that. But it has more value because you might be able to have the same information, but as Kate said, the blogger has the personality, they're known, and people are more likely to believe one of us, as bloggers are more neutral, than if it's your tour company who's saying, we're an amazing tour company. It's your company. Of course you're going to say that. If I say that, people make it's more believable than if you're talking well about your own company.
Okay, anything?
I completely agree with Laurel, and I would add that some of the extra things that we can do as bloggers, we can provide writing, we can provide photography, we can provide video. Some of us do consulting for businesses, but again, that's typically an add-on, so you shouldn't expect to get that kind of stuff in exchange for simply hosting a blogger. That really is more of an add-on, separate expense.
Any other questions?
Travis, the other thing we talked about a little bit, but I think it's really important is creativity. So you mentioned it with airlines, it's difficult. I think your example with the hotels is really good. When you have a hotel chain, with the hotel chain that Kate worked with, she's not going to walk in and be like, wow, it's an amazing hotel. It's a nice hotel. And because she doesn't want to risk her reputation, she's not going to say it's an amazing hotel, but how you came up with a really creative solution for it. And that's something you can come to bloggers to say, you know what, we have this product, we have some ideas, but we'd love to hear your ideas. I think, in my opinion, the best examples are the ones that are really collaborative. When you think about how we can get creative, work together, and bring the best ideas together, you can end up with a really creative, amazing campaign.
I think a lot of, again, another mistake that people do make is they come in, they see a blogger they like, come in and go, I want to do this, and don't really leave any room for negotiation or discussion about it. What probably would work better is going in saying, here's my product, this is what I want to promote, what would you do with it? Because they're going to know their audience and their way of writing and etc. much better than you will do.
And their style of travel.
Yeah.
Many people travel very differently, so.
Well, that was like in Rwanda, I was the one that came up with the golden monkey, because they were talking about all the other products, and I was like, no, you've got something you can only find in Rwanda. You can't find this, because they feel like they're competing for Africa, and people don't really go on safari in Africa, but they have one thing, well, more than one thing, but at least one thing that you can compete with, that nobody else can compete with them. And that's been very successful. So if you can do it with a little monkey, you can imagine what you can do with so many other things.
All right, last chance for questions. All right, well, please join me in thanking the panelists and the sponsors.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much to our panelists and Travis as well. That's Kate, Laurel, Sarah, and Travis for our first panel discussion. A quick reminder that you can ask questions via Twitter, on our Twitter with the hashtag TBCasia. So if you're shy to open up your mouth and ask questions, you can always tweet your questions. And before we proceed with our next session, a request for everyone who's sitting at the back. There are free seats available, and the organizers want you to move to the front. Right, that's what I thought. So everyone at the back, if you're sitting at the back needs to be empty, so you need to move to the front. I'm looking at you right now. Those guys, and those guys. Come on, up front. There we go. Wonderful. There are about 15 seats in front, 15. The ladies and gentlemen over there, you can move to the front as well. Well, the next session is going to be quite useful, leading in from a question we had previously on how to find and work with bloggers. So our next session is exactly that, how to find and work with travel bloggers. And for this session, we have Lawrence Noah, as well as Elizabeth Carlson from the PTBA. Lawrence is, of course, the president-elect and founding member of the PTBA, and Elizabeth, with her blog Young Adventuress, is named one of the travel blogs to watch by the Huffington Post for 2013. So ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, can we have a big round of applause for our two speakers, Lawrence and Elizabeth.
Hello.
Hi everyone.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yes? Good. Brilliant. Hi, my name is Lawrence. I am the president-elect of the Professional Travel Bloggers Association. I'm mostly a travel photographer. I've been running a blog for the last 5 years. This is Liz.
Hi everyone. Hi, my name is Liz Carlson, not Elizabeth, and I'm a founding member of the PTBA, and I've been blogging for 5 years, and my site Young Adventurous is a solo female travel blog trying to encourage women to get out there and have hands-on travel experiences.
So hopefully today you've been convinced that working with travel bloggers is a good idea. Maybe?
We'll work on that.
Yeah. The thing is, there's quite a lot of travel bloggers out there. I think I went to a conference in Athens a couple of weeks ago. There were 600 travel bloggers there. There's a conference in Toronto last year. There were over 1,000 travel bloggers there. It's not necessarily that easy to figure out which travel bloggers to work with. There are a lot of different travel bloggers. They cover a lot of different niches: luxury, adventure, couple travel. So it's really important from your point of view that you pick the right travel bloggers to work with. You can't just pick a travel blogger and assume they're going to be the right one for your brand.
Yeah, and adding to that, we're going to be looking at the numbers and the quantitative analysis, and what are the questions you should be asking when you see these numbers, and to help you sort of navigate this sea of bloggers to find the ones that you want to work with.
Yeah, and we're also going to and I've got two microphones. We're going to cover how the Professional Travel Bloggers Association can work. You can work with us to help find you the right travel bloggers. So Cinnamon partnered with the PTBA for this because they wanted to find professional travel bloggers. So, I mean, in the room next door, there are probably around 40 of the best travel bloggers in the world. You might want to go and talk to them at some point, hopefully after this conversation. And we're going to give you the questions you need to ask them to make sure they're the right ones for you. So we're going to start off with qualitative analysis. And this is the question of looking at quality, which Alison actually covered a little bit earlier today. Quality is really, really important. So when you're looking to work with the travel blogger, there's a few things you need to start looking at. First thing is, look at their site. This may seem pretty obvious. If a site is well designed, that's a good start. If you get on a website and you don't like the look of it, if it looks a little bit cheap, if it looks a little bit tacky, it's quite likely that anyone else who looks at that site is going to have the same opinion, and so their audience is probably not going to be one you're going to be really wanting to reach out to. Self-hosted, this is actually quite simple. If it's myblog.blogspot.com or myblog.wordpress.com, this is probably not someone who's taking their brand very seriously. So you just want a domain that is like Liz has youngadventurous.com, I have findingtheuniverse.com. We've invested a little bit of money into our blogs, so we're obviously taking this a little bit more seriously. Check out the niche. Do you want to talk about your niche a bit, Liz?
Yeah, so I have a couple of different niches, but the main one is solo female travel. So I'm trying to reach out to those women, most of them are between 25 and 34. They're independent travelers. They're not necessarily booking on tours, they're going to places on their own. And they're looking for, advice about destinations, but they're also looking to get inspired to get out the door. So I talk to them on my blog, but I also live in New Zealand, so I have a lot of New Zealand content. So I've worked very hard to garner a lot of readers who are interested in traveling to New Zealand. And I even have a smaller sub-niche where I have a food allergy, so I reach people who have food allergies, So it's, bloggers can have more than one niche, but it's really important that they have one. You don't, global nomad bloggers who don't, they focus on everything. That's getting harder and harder to work with. You want to have someone who has something specific and they're reaching a specific engaged audience.
Something else to look at is age of site. So if someone's been blogging for 2 or 3 months, I mean, they might have exploded onto the blogging scene and be fantastic to work with. And if you take a chance on them, maybe in 5 years' time they will be brilliant. But we have in the PTBA, we have a requirement that bloggers have been blogging for at least 9 months. Really you should be looking to work with bloggers who've been blogging for longer than that, because they're more likely to be around in another couple of years. Someone who's just started the blog, you just don't know if they're going to keep going. And if someone's been blogging for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years even, these are the people who are still going to be blogging in 5 years' time. So look at the age of the site, make sure that they're likely to be around in the future.
Yes, and also look to see how long they've been blogging professionally. Most of us started out as hobby bloggers. We started writing because we enjoyed it and we were traveling anyways. But you want to be working with people who have already done projects, who are established, who know how to work in a professional capacity.
You're going to talk about content?
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about content. So you want to be making sure that you're working with bloggers who are writing about things that match your brand and your destination. I think Laurel and Kate and them talked about it. If you're a budget backpacker, don't try to have them promote your 5-star hotel. It doesn't match. You need to make sure that their audience matches with you. You guys have to coexist, and you both want to be on the same page and that you share the same values. And then, so that's with appropriate content. And then you need to look at the kind of content that bloggers are producing. You know, it's not just one big travel blogger. You know, there are people that do videos. They do different types of videos, you know. Maybe they do, you know, destination pieces, or maybe they do more narrative ones, and, you know, it's more about themselves, part of it. So you want to make sure that you're going to be working with people who match up with what you want. And it's the same with informational and narrative. You know, you need to go and look through, read a couple of their stories, see if it matches what you're interested in. You know, whether they do both, you know, destination pieces that give tips about, you know, specific places. Maybe they frequently talk about hotels because they have their readers are booking their hotels, or other ones that are more storytellers, you know. There's a difference between the both, and it's important that you have a look at that. And then finally, for me, I think is the most important thing in travel blogging is engagement. And there's so many different ways, and we're going to talk about that, how you can see reader engagement, because you can have a blogger that has 100,000, you know, followers, but if they're not actually reading and interacting with the content, what's the point? You know, you're trying to get a message across. It's like the blogger is the medium to get to the people who are going to be booking and buying. So you need to make sure that when they say they have these followers, that their followers are listening to their content.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's not hard. When you look at a photo, you can tell if it's a good photo. You can watch a 2-minute video and tell if it's a good video. And you can read a blog post and tell if it's a good blog post. Just take a little bit of time to check out these bloggers and make sure that they are at the quality level that you want associated with your brand. There's been some really fantastic keynotes today, I think, which has covered a lot of this kind of stuff. Alison and Dave and Deb did some great talks about why this stuff is so important. So we won't go into it too much detail because they did a great job already. So we're going to talk a little bit about social media. Social media is obviously a big thing. You know, a lot of travelers are on social media. Everyone out there, my mum is on social media.
Mine's not, thank God.
Your mum's not on Facebook? My mum's my #1 fan on Facebook.
My mom still uses it as a flip phone.
So you need to figure out what social media platforms the bloggers you want to work with are using, and make sure they match up with what your brand wants to be recognized for. Liz, for example, is really, really big on Instagram. I have more of a focus on Facebook. You have to figure out what you want and work with the bloggers who match up with those numbers. Some bloggers have across everything. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, for example, if you're trying to build a certain channel, that's a great way to use a blogger as a resource to do that. So, for example, if you're trying to build your Facebook page, Lawrence is a great person to work with because he has a massive Facebook following, and he can help you with that. Same with my Instagram. I work a lot with brands helping them start their Instagram channels.
Yeah, so, and then beyond the social media platforms that they use, you need to know who their followers are. So, you know, just having a large number, if I say, for example, I have 300,000 followers, if they're all in the Philippines and that is not your target market, they're not going to be much use to you. So just having a big number isn't really that relevant if the audience isn't right for you. And it's really, really important that you ask the bloggers these questions. Any serious blogger will be able to give you all of this data about their audience. If they refuse to give you data about their audience, just walk away. Don't work with them because something is wrong.
All professional bloggers will have a media kit with all of these numbers in it, and normally they provide it without even being asked, but don't be afraid to ask for it.
Yeah, and then just to go on to the last 2 points.
So yeah, it's important to see if they're actually using their social media channels. You know, if their last tweet was from 2 months ago, you know, then it's probably not a good, you know, person to be working with. You want to make sure that they're updating regularly. Are they? And then the second part is, are people interacting? You know, it's one thing to be putting out all these tweets, but if they're not getting any replies, is someone listening? It's the same on Facebook. It's the same on their blog. You know, it's really important to see comments, like read through reader comments and see what people are saying about these bloggers. The great thing about social media and blogging is that, first off, people don't hold back online. They're not afraid to say what they're thinking, you know. And then the other thing is that they interact, and you can see that immediate response, which is a lot harder to calculate in traditional media.
So this is an example of Facebook interaction, and I think this is, well, it's hard to see.
I think this is Michael Hodson's Go See Right Facebook page.
Yeah, so the things to look at are not like just the main number, but also to look at a post, see how many people are commenting and liking on it. It's pretty easy to go and look at someone's Facebook page and just see the engagement.
Yeah, so it's, you know, maybe they have 500,000 Facebook followers, but then their photos get 50 likes a photo. Is that a good ratio? Does that show that the audience is engaged? Probably not. You want to be looking at the talking about numbers, the reach. All of this information is available publicly. You can see the cities and the demographics of the fans on Facebook. So, you know, it's easy to see if someone's been running a cheap campaign in a country like, you know, I don't know, that doesn't match what they're saying their audience is. So, you know, if all their Facebook fans are based in one place that's not their main audience, then maybe it's not an effective platform to be using. And then now we're going to talk about Twitter interaction.
Yeah, so this is the number at the top, which is the number of followers. And a lot of people look at that number. And it is an important number to have a lot of followers.
But like most things, you want to be seeing the engagement. So, you know, if a person has a lot of followers on Twitter and they're just, you know, putting out scheduled tweets, they're not actually replying to people, you know, they're not having a conversation, which is the great thing about Twitter, then, you know, maybe their engagement is not so high. So there's numbers you want to be looking at, you know, click on it and see what the favorite number is, see what the replies are, see what the retweets are. Are people actually engaging with the content that this blogger's producing?
So quantity is also important. I mean, quality is important, but you don't want to work with someone who does the greatest post in the world but has no audience. So quantity is also very important. Google Analytics is the industry standard for web traffic. I think there's some people from Google here today, and there's a couple of SEO experts here. Asking a blogger about their traffic is important. Quality is also important. Quantity is important. So this is a screenshot of, I think it's Liz's page views and unique visitors over a month. So do you want to talk a little bit about that, Liz?
Yeah, sure. So for example, when I'm pitching campaigns or when I'm talking with brands and destinations about working with them, I always make sure that I'm including my Google Analytics stat. Like I'm saying, I have over 100,000 unique visitors a month. You know, I have over 1 million unique people coming to my website every year, listening to my content. And I calculated over months and months of time. You know, it's not just one big spike if a story goes viral, it's consistent. And all bloggers have this information, they track it. Google Analytics is the standard number that people should be using, and it's the number you should be asking for. What are your unique visitors? What are your page views? But I think it's also important to note that numbers aren't everything. That's what we've been saying a lot. You know, even if you have 500,000 page views, but you need to see the engagement that's going on the blog. You know, if they have 500,000 page views, but their articles have 1 or 2 comments, you know, that's not the best ratio, but it also depends on what the kind of content that they're producing. So it's really important that you take the time and look through the blog. You know, you don't have to spend, you know, hours and hours doing it, but you need to familiarize yourself with it to make sure that you're bringing the right people and that you're working with the right people.
So I think we've covered a little bit of this stuff now. Hopefully it's starting to sink in, but before working with a blogger, these are the things you need to be asking. You need to know who their audience is. You can get that from Google Analytics provides demographics. You need to know about their social media numbers, but not just the number, but also the engagement, and again, who their audience is on social media.
Yeah, and just you can get all of this information in a media kit. So all professional bloggers will have it, and that's what you should be asking for when you're interested in working with a blogger. And it'll have all those stats in there. You know what the gender is, what the country are, all the different breakdowns, the social media followings, examples of features that they've been on.
And I think you can also ask the blogger who they've worked with before, and you know, talk to them. So, like, if you wanted to work with Dave and Deb, I'm sure Ontario Tourism would be more than happy to recommend them, or American Express, for example. Although I think people are pretty much going to work with you anyway.
Yeah, the PR world is small. People talk about bloggers and who they've worked with, and then, you know, for example, if you work with a blogger who maybe doesn't deliver the things they promise, those names get passed around. So it's really important, like, to ask questions, and, you know, maybe you're doing a blogger campaign for the first time. Look at other campaigns online and see what they've done, you know, and reach out and ask them. I just did a trip in Mongolia, and the guy who was running the trip, he's never done anything with social media or with bloggers, really active in the travel blogging community, and I know what people are doing, and I know what people are interested in. So I say, hey, you know, maybe I'm not the best fit for this trip, but you know, this person's a food blogger, this person's a backpacker, you should talk to them and hand over the emails.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I always say to bloggers when I'm talking to them, is you need to turn trips down if they're not right for you. So I'm just going to very briefly talk about the PTBA, which is the Professional Travel Bloggers Association, of which I am the president-elect. This was an initiative that was launched a couple of years ago with a group of travel bloggers. And the goal really is to try and separate the hobby bloggers from the professional travel bloggers. This is an entirely non-profit organization. I don't get paid for any of the work I do, which is quite a lot. It started off with 50 bloggers and 10 industry members who spend around a year coming up with a code of ethics, standards for people to join. So people have got to have been blogging for a certain amount of time. They have to meet a certain number of quantity numbers in terms of traffic to their website. They have to be self-hosted. And really, it's just so that those of us who are trying to make a living from this can be sort of separate from the giant crowd of bloggers that are out there. You can find us on travelbloggersassociation.com. And the main thing that we have is a database of bloggers who meet a certain level so that you don't have to go through a list of 1,000 travel bloggers. We have 275 members who have all paid a membership fee. All the money goes towards just keeping the organization going, the website, all that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't go to me. It hooks directly into things like Google, Facebook, Instagram, pulls all those numbers and gives you a searchable way of finding travel bloggers. There's cards on all the things here, so you can go and have a look. You can sign up. It is paid for industry professionals. You have to pay to have access to the database. And again, that's just so that we have money to keep going, because it's not free to run a website and have a development team and so on and so forth. But it's just a way for you to find bloggers who are right for you. You can search by niche. You can search by traffic. You can search by where the blogger is located. If you want a blogger who has 30,000 Instagram followers, you'll find Liz. If you want a blogger who has over 100,000 fans on Facebook, you'll find those ones who have those. It's just a very easy way for you to quickly find travel bloggers who meet a certain level, who've signed up to a code of ethics, and who will work with you in a professional way. And this is why Cinnamon partnered with the PTBA, because they didn't want to go through the hassle of having to search through 1,000 travel bloggers on the internet and figure out who to work with. They just wanted to work with the best, so they came to us. This is just a quick example of the search engine. What you can search for, you can search by the name of the blogger. So if you've met Liz, you can just find her and find all her details. You can search by social media, etc., etc. This is a profile of two of our great bloggers. So this is just to give you an example of what you can see. Unfortunately, the screen isn't very clear, but on the right-hand side, you have a number of social media, all the numbers that they have. On the left-hand, this is a little bit out of date. I'm sure their numbers have grown fantastically since then. But yeah, you can see what you can see.
But it's just so great because you have all of this information on one page. So easy to search for.
And that's pretty much it. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3 questions. How expensive are travel bloggers in comparison to other media writers? Well, in comparison to other media outlets, the value for money is much, much higher. I mean, if you try running a full-page ad in the New York Times, you're going to pay quite a lot of money for that, and you're going to have no idea how many people have seen it, how many people have clicked on it, etc., etc. You hire a travel blogger for a campaign, they're going to, A, be able to reach a very large audience, B, tell you exactly who that audience was, who clicked through, you're going to be able to track all the metrics, etc., etc. So in terms of return on investment, working with a travel blogger is a lot cheaper, but it's a much greater value for money.
Exactly. And also, if you're working with a professional travel blogger, most of them, without being asked, will be providing you all of these stats and things from the campaign after it's finished. You know, every time I finish a campaign, I've tracked all the stats through it, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, number of click-throughs, page views, put it together in a beautiful PDF or graph, and then send that along as well as a follow-up. So it's a great way to trace engagement and see how many people are participating.
Travel bloggers can also create content that you can use. If you hire a media writer, they're going to write an article for their magazine or whatever it is. Travel bloggers can give you content that you can use on your channel. Video, photography, more content that you can use in terms of text, maybe audio, whatever it is. So travel bloggers are not just people who write content for their own site. They're content creators across the whole spectrum of media. So yeah, the value for money is much, much higher.
Okay, so our second question is, what's the best way to check someone's analytics?
Just ask for a screenshot of their Google Analytics.
Yeah,
it's
ask for a
very
screenshot. And you can see that number is pulled directly on the PTBA search engine as well.
If I host a blogger, will they write an independent review or will they promote my brand? They will write an independent review. The most valuable asset that a travel blogger has is their audience, and their audience has to trust them. So if you're pushing out a lot of branded content which is not honest, then the blogger will start to lose their audience trust, which is their only real asset. If the audience doesn't trust the blogger, they'll lose their audience.
Exactly. So for example, when I'm working, depending on the different types of campaigns, I always make sure that I provide the people I'm interested in working with examples of previous projects. So if I'm, pitching a hotel, I'll show example of other hotels that I've worked with, show those types of stories. Same with tours tour operators, destinations, activities, anything like that.
And this is why it's really important to work with the right blogger. So a blogger would say, I would hope, professional level blogger would say no if you were not the right brand to partner with, because they're not going to be able to write the right kind of story. So as Dave and Deb said this morning, they work with brands they already used. They were already familiar with. They're already using American Express credit cards, so why not, talk about American Express credit cards to their audience and get paid to do that? I mean, it's a natural fit. And so if you're going to work with a travel blogger, just make sure you work with one who is right for you, and you're going to get a great story out of it.
And a lot of times bloggers will try to build relationships with people they're interested in working in the future. So I make sure on social media I'm following people, hotels in Sri Lanka before I even came, ones that match things that I'm interested in. And that's a great way to start a dialogue. Reach out, respond to them, talk to them, and that's a great way to sort of find who's going to fit and who isn't.
Okay, and that is it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Lawrence and Liz. Well, our next session is video blogging in collaboration with brands and DMOs. Well, video blogging, and for this session, we will have Steve Hanish as well as Tony and Christopher. Give you a small insight into Steve. He's a video blogger specializing in showcasing experiences and promoting destinations, and he tweets at Backpacker Steve. We also have Tony and Christopher, who are avid travelers who live and document their adventures through video storytelling and their blog. Ladies and gentlemen, for our next session for video blogging in collaboration with brands and DMOs, please welcome Steve, Tony, and Christopher. A hand for them, please.
I'm not sure which microphone. Can everyone hear us all right?
Yes,
Fantastic, thank you. You guys have such a remarkably good-looking room. This is amazing. We scored on this one. Well, I'm Captain Chris Staudinger.
And I'm Tawny Clark, the other half of Captain and Clark. We run our award-winning travel blog, but we also write for the Viewfinder, Expedia Viewfinder travel blog with Dave and Deb, and USA Today.
Absolutely. Steve?
My notes are still on the table. I will get them soon. I'm very professional. I'm a German videographer, and I'm basically doing more or less the same kind of things they are doing. And I would showcase a case study later on so you get an idea of what I'm doing. That's what you also do, right?
Yeah, basically.
We're all partners
Get
in
my
this.
notes.
Okay, take your time. So essentially, we're brought up here today to share the good news with you guys, because as destinations and industry, you are in the golden age. In this era where you have 6 billion plus people in the world, the objective essentially for you guys is to get not everyone there, but the 2 million people that are not only going to come to your destination, but love it so ecstatically that they're going to keep returning, that they're going to build that story with it, and then their children and their children's children will start coming here.
And so that's where we come in with our videos. So the whole reason why we're up here is because a lot of people are asking why. Why should we work with travel videographers? And our favorite part of doing this is that it's very visual. When, we can write, which is awesome, but we can kind of, build the gap between the two. We're in front of the camera, and we have our trusted audience that gets to come along on the journey with us.
So essentially, if you've seen the movie Inception, that's what we do. We get to talk specifically to these people that you want to talk to, but not just relate our experience, but relate our experience as if it was their experience. We're giving them memories that they haven't even made yet, and so that when the time comes to book a trip, they're like, oh my gosh, remember that time we went to Sri Lanka? It was beautiful.
We kind of call it the pre-nostalgia. You watch this travel video and you're like, I want to have those memories as well. I want to go and climb that Lion Paw Mountain, or I want to go on this river safari. And so that's what draws them to that specific destination, and we're able to kind of give them foresight on what they're going to experience.
So not only is it directly targeted, but then you put on this extra layer of credibility. Especially with us, I know with Steve, we've been building this audience for a long time now, telling these authentic travel stories. So when people come and they watch a video that's been commissioned, they know that what we're saying to them is going to be an honest account of our experience there. Made doubly credible by the fact that it's not just us saying it, but they can actually see us there interacting with it.
Another great part is that if you watch a lot of these travel videos, they don't have to be exceptionally polished. You know, it's not a commercial. So we film half of our stuff on our iPhones. And I think if you look at commercials these days, I know back home we have like KFC commercials where it looks like this family is sitting there holding their phone and being like, hey, look at what we're eating for dinner. You know, I feel like I'm watching, I'm like, oh, I'm getting this. We're Skyping together. I feel like I'm there at their table. And it's the same with travel videos. It doesn't have to be a crazy, polished, these amazing sunset shots.
In fact, in some ways, it's almost better if it's not. If you launch into a huge video campaign, you can get a remarkably polished, very like high-end, striking, someone like, I don't know, Jean-Claude Van Damme will narrate it for you. It'll be very impressive. But it's also that sort of commercial video that becomes like a commercial. It's what's happening in between the shows. With good video blogging content, what you're trying to get is that relationship with your audience. You want them to be the people that you're talking to after the commercial. You want to become the people that are in the room with everyone else.
Speaking of audience, what's great, and I know a lot of people have touched on it, is that the same with video blogging, you can also target your audience. So if you want to go with, you know, a more adventure-loving crowd, maybe Dave and Deb are right for you. Couples travel, you know. If you're more luxury, you can do the research, which I highly suggest. Do the research and find the videographer that fits your brand. It keeps the authenticity, you know, and everybody's touched on this, but numbers don't mean everything. Steve was saying if you have a hotel brand that reaches 200 people that are going to book that, it's better than having a million views of people that just don't care.
And it's this beautiful ripple effect, because the way you start is you just go to YouTube, you watch some travel content. If you find someone who resonates with you, talk to them. And what you're going to get from this is a ripple outward from that. If they only have 200 people in their audience, you know that those 200 people are then going to share it with another 200 people each who are in their specific group. So you get one video blogger to make a video, and then the shareability of that has a magnitude that is unquestionable. And because it lives forever, you start that genesis point, and then it just keeps going out specifically to the people who are interested.
And it's also very easy to measure. The metrics are all there, and you can also ask the videographer. And it's easy to share. You know, you scroll through YouTube and you just see, or Facebook, and you see video after video. Dave and Deb talks about Instagram. The possibilities to get this out there are endless.
Facebook even has their new algorithm right now where video content is being featured more highly than standard photo or written content. So Steve has also talked, well, in the future, you're going to talk about this. What we end up doing is we'll make a 1 minute and 30 piece about a destination, but we'll take 10 seconds of that, put it on Facebook just to tease it out. It goes up higher on everyone's feed. They click it. They're enchanted by it, of course. And then they click the link, follow to the actual video.
All right. And last, you know, video isn't as expensive as you think it is. The great part is a lot of it is done in-house. Between the three of us, you have 3 videographers, 3 on-screen personalities, 3 editors, and you're not paying the extra money to put, you know, a film crew of 10 in a hotel and pay everybody individually. That being said, it's a business, and to get quality content, we do expect to be paid, but it is so much cheaper than hiring out, you know, a big crew.
I also want to stress very adamantly how easy this is in comparison to working with a traditional video crew. In the past, to do a video campaign on something, you would have to fly out, again, 10 people. Everything is preemptively storyboarded out to the nth degree. You have to set up series after series of events, and then it's going to be a remarkable amount of money for it. With most video bloggers today, what you do is you start a conversation. Tell us what's exciting about your destination. We can come back to you and say, well, these are the things that we're interested in. Let's set something up. We come out, just the 2 of us, much easier to transport, and then we can film it, we can edit it, we can talk to you again at the end of the day, and then say, well, what do you think about this? We can put this together like that, and then the turnaround is going to be what's really remarkable on that too. Whereas you might have had a 3 or 4 month turnaround on a video, you can get content from video bloggers I happen to know in a week.
And so we have one video. We partnered with Costa Brava, and this was featured on their site, the Expedia Viewfinder site, and ours as well.
And when they came to, well, actually we approached them initially, and we were like, we want to go on this trip, but what we really want to highlight is the friendship of it. So Costa Brava is like, well, these are the things that you can do. And so the video at the end not only highlights the destination, but it's supposed to leave you with the feeling that you're going to have this remarkable friendship there. So it's dual level. You're seeing and experiencing the destination, but you're also left with a feeling that you might not have had before.
And you'll notice in the video, this video is half shot on our DSLR camera, but the other half was on our iPhones. So like we said, it could be filmed so many different ways, and I hope it works.
Hopefully it plays.
Our future.
Once upon a time, 4 friends were inspired to embark upon an epic adventure. They left on a journey, chasing the stories that they had always read.
But then they realized
that the best stories are the ones you write yourself.
So there you go. In case you're wondering, we did all of our own stunts. It's also in-house. So, without further ado, we're going to turn it over to our colleague Steve.
Thank you. So can you dance in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, as I said, I'm a German videographer, so please excuse my TH. I try to do my very best, because on a last speech I got asked how I do all this, was like producing English videos, and if I have a problem because I'm not speaking with a proper accent, maybe German is a proper accent, I don't know. Yeah, I produce my videos in both languages, in German as well as in English. And I wanted to highlight a little bit one case study, like one project I did this year, but also the different possibilities you have with video. So, as well as these two guys, I'm producing promotional videos, but also I produce videos for my own channel. And with that, I have different touch points in the customer journey. So with video, you can do inspirational videos like the one we saw we saw now, not yesterday, but you put it together yesterday. So you make people want to go to a destination, but you can also have travel tips. So we sneaked in the talk, which was over there just a few minutes ago, from the guy from Google who was talking about YouTube and travel. And they said they have an increase of searches on YouTube about travel content. So you have to have in mind, YouTube is the second largest search engine, and people are actually searching for something like packing tips, travel tips, top 10 places to go to, and these are the videos which actually gets the clients who are doing their research about the place they want to go to and who want to have tips where to go. Over to the promotional parts, the promotional videos. The good thing, like working with a videographer, is what they also said already. Thank you for that, and also thanks to Deb and Dave. Is that you can have these polished images, this polished footage, but you also get a slice of the experience of somebody who is actually traveling the country, going to your hotel, doing your tour, but you also see their emotions in experiencing that. And people who follow them, they actually see themselves there. But sometimes it's not that easy. You're here in the room from the industry and you're interested in blogging and videography, but maybe you know that problem that you have colleagues or your boss, you have to convince them. So you have like these traditional stakeholders who still think about like advertising in a newspaper because they know how much they have to pay for, because they're used to that since like the last decades. So I want to talk about a project I did this year with the country of, how does it work here? I have to point at me, you see. Yeah, this year I produced actually the official marketing video in Germany for the country of Bulgaria, which is a really tiny country, but has a lot to offer. They paid me for that. The problem there is that you have to deal with traditional stakeholders. So the ministry, the people in charge, they're actually, well, they're still focused on advertising, traditional advertising campaigns. And moreover, this whole campaign was funded by the European Union to develop the tourism in the country. So I actually had the luck to be together with a PR agency who, they actually said, Steve, we want to do something with you, but you know, we just have advertising budget. So they made it actually happen, and this is very important. You have to have people who actually convince the stakeholders to do that. I mean, we could do that just by showing our amazing videos, our charm, of course. But you also need to have somebody on the client side, at the DMO, or at the brand, who understands it. Or you invest more time and more money to just get us to teach it to you or to them. We're good in teaching. So, back to the project. This Bulgaria campaign was about, they wanted to cover their possibilities, like what are you able to do in Bulgaria? And the problem was, especially in this year, Bulgaria had not a very good press because, like in January, especially in the UK and Germany, there was some negative press because they opened up not the borders, but people were able to work in Germany without getting a special visa. So everybody was like afraid of losing jobs and everything, and the media was just like pushing it up. So we had to deal with that. And also the image of Bulgaria is that it's a really cheap country, like cheap in every aspect, like it's run down, it's an ex-socialist country, and it's corrupt, and so it's a really negative image to make a promotional video for. So I had this idea, and this is where the creativity comes in place. I had this idea to just use these preconceptions of everybody in my country, not everybody, but most of the people in my country who said like, oh my God, do they even have roads, or do they go on horses through the country, or is it a winter destination? I've never seen people doing some winter activities there. And this is what I wanted to promote this year. I have to point at it.
I wish it.
maybe the other one. Okay.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. So to the next speakers, don't use this one. So yeah, it's about showing the history, the skiing possibilities in Bulgaria, culture. So I made a clay pot, but that's not me, but he showed me how to do that. And yeah, this is what it's all about. It's about sharing experiences. So I'm going to show you the video, but it's in German. I know most of you don't speak German, or? Yeah. Ah, the guy over there who's playing the video, he speaks German, so he will translate now. No, so I tell you the story before we start the video, actually. So, as I said, I used the preconceptions and wrote a letter to my friends back home, where I actually wrote down everything they were thinking about Bulgaria. So, for example, everything you said was exactly like you said. So the roads were there were no roads. There's no snow. There's not good food. People are not very friendly. And then in the video, like you see me writing, I mean, you will see it. And then you see in the video what actually is happening. So I tried to dub it like live. I've never done that before. And I would say, yeah, play the video. Yeah, well, that's me writing. That's me walking through the snow. So, like in the beginning, I'm just doing the introduction. Like everything you said was pretty much it. I traveled to Bulgaria for like 2 weeks, and yeah. Yeah, it was not a really good idea to come to Bulgaria in the winter time because there's actually no snow. And this is Sofia, what you see here, and then we're going into the snow. Yeah, the writing down there is also in German. And it's just, this was actually for the ministry because they were like, maybe it's too negative, because they just saw what I wrote down, and they were like, oh my god, this is like pretty bad. And so I put also in there like some facts, like for example, they have like 160 kilometers of slopes to run down the hill. They have 16 UNESCO World Heritage Sites in the country, which is amazing. It's just a tiny country. Yeah, landscapes, they're pretty boring, so I made a nice time-lapse. These are the highways, 630 kilometers of highways, which they just built. And this is about the history and the culture. Like they have a really long history until the 7th century before Christ. Yeah, so I made some dancing. Look how amazing I'm in dancing. I went through museums. Like this is one of the most modern museums in Europe. Actually, it's a multimedia museum which works with Kinect, and I made things exploding and destroyed everything. Well, this is Plovdiv. This is like the cultural center or the historical center. And of course, the city tourism. Like Sofia is one of the most important destinations for German travelers because you have direct flights from Berlin to Sofia. Actually, Plovdiv, what you see here, is one of the oldest cities in the world. I guess third oldest city in the world. Yeah, I did some dancing. So as you see in between, there are also some professional shots. So I'm also able to do some Polish stuff, just to also show this side. And I worked together with a production team who actually did the TV advertising. So we were exchanging material in the end. So I ate all this amazing food. Luckily, it was 2 weeks, so I don't have to eat it in like just a weekend. So we were actually 2 weeks traveling through the country. We went to all these events. I had a team of two girls who were traveling with me, which was pretty amazing because they were also my age. So we also had a lot of fun on this tour. And as you see, it's not always me filming. There were the girls. They actually learned how to film because I told them, hold the camera, do this panning, and so I actually educated them also on the tour how to work with a videographer or with a video blogger. And yeah, you see, happy people, happy me. And yeah, we did a lot of drinking actually. So see, now I'm just seeing myself always with a wine glass or something like that. Relaxation is also a big topic in Bulgaria because for Germans, if they go to Bulgaria, it's actually, it's still cheap. And you can have like the whole experience without spending a fortune for it. Yeah, me admiring places. You also did that. I saw that before. So yeah, and as you see, like also different techniques. We have time lapses in there. This is again professional, professional film crew who did that. This is me professional dancing. And yeah, so we finish up with cheers from Bulgaria, and at the end, of course, they should never visit this country. So it's a secret which I just keep to myself. And this is basically experience culture, experience relaxation, and at the end, experience Bulgaria. Yeah, that's it. Wow, I'm on time, like a German. Good.
So with that, to the questions. You want us to? We'll just start this one. We got the question, what is the ideal length of a video? 1:30 to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And one of the best parts, Steve may have something different to say, but don't listen to him. You can track it. That's the beautiful part about this. You can actually go into your Google Analytics, watch people's, how long they're on your video when they stop watching. For us, 1:30 to 2 minutes and 30 seconds is ideal.
Yeah, I would say it depends. For example, at the moment, I'm doing a project with Cinnamon. This is also one of the reasons why I'm here. Actually, you should try to keep it, for example, for hotels, you should try to keep it short, because it's actually, for example, if you embed these videos on your website, which is a beautiful thing, because videos are like shareable, embeddable everywhere. You don't need to have like an own IT crew to just host your videos. You just upload it to YouTube, and then you can embed it everywhere. And even like people who like your videos, they can embed it on their blog or on their website. So for a hotel, for example, it should be short, because people who are visiting your website, they actually have a mind maybe to stay with you. They just need a little bit of like more convincement. So they play the video and they see, like, let's say in 30 seconds what your rooms are like. Or if you want to go to this one and a half minutes, then you should include like experiences which are possible to discover in not only in your hotel but at the place, because first of all, people don't go to Sri Lanka, sorry for that, to stay in the Cinnamon Hotel. Maybe there are some who do, but they come first of all to experience the country. And if you can transport that and at the end have like the message, and if you come here, you can relax afterwards, after getting attacked by an elephant. You can you can just relax in our lodge. Yeah, something like that.
I agree with my esteemed colleague from Germany.
And if there's, I mean, you don't have to do just one video for your client or destination. You can break them up into 5 different videos. One that's just about the hotel, one that's about elephants, one that's about a river cruise. So it's really up to you and how many videos you want. The next question is, will you edit and make videos if I already have high quality footage?
I would say yes, but I add an addendum in there. We can, as videographers, do that for you, but what you're losing on that is our already built-in audience, which is one of our greatest strengths as video bloggers. Since we already come with a group of people listening to our opinions, who trust us, actually having us in the footage is a great strength to them.
And we're beautiful too.
We are remarkably beautiful.
What I would like to add to this, I mean, you saw that now in the in this video. There was a lot of stuff like which like the Polish stuff. I like to say. Some of this material is still from me, of course. But I would say you can mix it up. For example, when I'm like, for example, now here, I don't have the time to just spend a week in one resort. But they already have some professional footage from the rooms and from the public areas. Then we can make use of that and combine it with like us going through Sri Lanka.
Together we are stronger.
And the last question is, how do you work around music copyrights, and what's a cost-effective solution? You want to start?
Well, there are several ways, and if you work with us, we are on several platforms. I mean, first of all, YouTube has now also an own music section, which is growing, and there's some quite good music. But maybe you want to have something for your own, which is nobody else using, like who's doing like crap videos. I have no idea. So there are platforms where you can actually buy videos, and it starts like speaking about Audio Jungle, for example, it starts with like $12 or something
Yeah.
like that. But there are other platforms where you have more exclusive rights, where it maybe starts with $150. It depends on what you want, and sometimes it's even also an option that that the client does the research because they have some certain needs in matters of video, or even they know a band or something like that.
Yes.
We do that all
we
the
like
time.
to work with local artists if we can.
Is one of the best options because maybe they're friends and they also get coverage through this video, and so it's a win-win situation.
It can be also a great way to highlight the destination. So.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, I think we are done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it was the working one, right? So this is the working one, I guess.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, after that session, it's our final session before the lunch break, which I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to. The session on optimizing your search engine to maximize visibility, the importance of SEO and PPCs in the new age. And to deliver this session to you, we have all the way from Google, Khurram Jamali. Give you a small insight into Khurram Jamali. He's currently based in Singapore and is an industry manager for Google, focusing on emerging markets in South Asia. So for our next session, can I have a warm hand for Mr. Khurram Jamali.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Cool. So, first of all, slight change of plans. Actually, we were going to have someone come here and talk about SEO. He had a personal emergency and he couldn't. I didn't really want to talk to you guys about something that I don't fully understand. I'm from the sales side, so we talk more about digital marketing, so the paid side of search and display online. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but I think I have a lot of very, very interesting, not so very sexy data here. So please bear with me. If you need to take a nap, you can go outside. No worries. I'm going to talk about three things. I'm going to talk about the macro trends in digital, kind of give you an idea of where we're coming from in terms of marketing and where we're going. And as you'll see from that, mobile is a really key piece. So I'm going to really deep dive into mobile and talk about what's going on in this space right now. And then finally, I'm going to talk about where online users derive inspiration from. And you won't be surprised, considering how much people have talked about video today, that it has a lot to do with video. So first of all, I'm going to take you way back to 1950 and the newspaper industry in the US. Anyone from the newspaper industry, pure plays here? Great. So they had about $20 billion of ad revenue in 1950, and we kind of tracked how long it took them to add about 10 billion. It took them 14 years to get to 30, and to 40. The last 10 billion to get to 60 took about 16 years in 2000. Then something pretty staggering happened. Between 2000 and 2010, $45 billion in ad revenue disappeared from newspapers. That's a truly staggering statistic. Let's now compare it to present day and time spent on media across the major channels. And let's compare that to ad spend on media. Now you look at TV, it's about balanced. Web, maybe you guys should spend a little bit more. Radio is about there. And in a minute, I'll talk about the crime against humanity, which is mobile, where we spend a quarter of our time and 1% of our ad spend. And newspapers, is where, there's completely still like a disbalance. But just imagine what's going to happen when these two align as well, the way the rest have. I mean, we've already lost 45 billion in this industry. So really, how important has mobile become? What you see here is the unit sales of PCs, and we talked about in earlier sessions where that's going. And let's compare that to what's happened with just smartphones since 2007. And could you just imagine the difference in terms of scale and opportunity of interacting with people when you're just doing online versus also for mobile. And the thing is that these technological advances, they kind of sneak up on us. I mean, See this picture from the 2012 London Olympics? You know, everyone's holding their smartphones. It's like, we've seen this forever, right? But go back 4 years ago in Beijing. You don't see a smartphone. You see cameras. That's how quickly things have evolved, and they're going to continue to evolve this quickly. And so that obviously has a really significant impact on how your clients, our clients, are interacting with us. Whereas previously, you kind of had a very generic way of going from one to the other. You could take this like all these different ways of interacting offline with brochures, desktop, mobile, Google Maps, TripAdvisor, and nobody can predict how your customer is going to interact and go through most of these touch points and convert or not convert. So really, I mean, it's about agreeing that we really don't have an in-depth understanding of what our customer is going to do. So really, how can we use the trends of today to prepare for tomorrow? What Google does, and has been doing for 6 years now, is we hire an external agency to do a very comprehensive travel study, a survey online, and just to understand how people are interacting. We've been tracking it for 6 years now. And a lot of what I'm going to share with you are the insights that have been derived from this study. A lot of them, there's a caveat, a lot of them are US-centric. So I've tried to add a little bit of data from Sri Lanka and India as well to kind of give you an idea of where it might differ. And those are also going to be interesting for you guys. And I'm really going to only talk about these two pieces. There are other pieces to this study, but I think for our region, these are the two that are really key right now for all of you. So let's talk about mobile first and multi-stream. As we just discussed, travelers are working across multiple screens when they're interacting with you. And if you actually look, I don't know how clear that is, but if you actually look at business travelers and leisure travelers, about 2/3 of leisure travelers are using their phone in some phase before converting, and about 3/4 of business travelers are. So, I mean, it's a pretty big portion. So what we're saying here is that, yeah, we don't know what the path to purchase is, but what we know is for most of them, mobile is definitely in there. Now, okay, it's in there, but can we say anything about where mobile happens? Is it? I mean, do they end up booking on their mobile? I can safely say actually I've never booked anything through my mobile. So, what does that mean? Well, what we found was that most leisure travelers are actually using smartphones for what we call snacking moments. So, when they're waiting or commuting or doing such activities as watching ads on TV in between their shows. At these times, they're kind of using their smartphones to search for things, to read things, to view short videos, and really interact. And that's the opportunity, right? That's where over time you can interact multiple times with potential users. And when you actually look at affluent travelers, about 77% of them are using smartphones in these spare moments. So if that's your target segment, then this becomes even more key. Second part of it, related to what I said earlier, not many of them actually make the booking on the phone. So while you have the opportunity to interact with them, they're not actually going to make that booking using their phone. They're probably going to go to their work computer or going to go home, and they're going to actually end up purchasing there. So there's this disconnect which we really need to be cognizant of. And this disconnect is actually what drives a lot of people to move away from mobile, thinking that it's not making a difference. So about half of both affluent travelers and other leisure travelers book eventually in another way. So what's interesting though is that the kind of linkage between mobile and PCs or tablets is search. So most people actually are going to still search for something and then go to the website rather than directly, although there's a third do go directly to the website as well. So what this means is the concept of cross-device conversion is going to become more and more important as we move forward. Google's already worked on kind of bringing an estimate of cross-device conversions onto your AdWords interface. But this is something that I think Google is paying a lot of attention to, and I think everybody is, not just Google. And this is something that you really need to keep an eye on, even if this is not the metric you're using right now. But it is a way of seeing how many people are, interacting with you on mobile and converting elsewhere. And then one of my favorite issues, mobile sites versus apps. So I'm going to have to preface this with the fact that I have a pretty solid inclination towards mobile sites versus mobile apps. So there might be a bit of bias at play here. But let's look at the data and what that tells us. Basically, what we see is that leisure travelers actually like interacting more with mobile sites, whereas business travelers like interacting more with mobile apps. The question then is what is the linkage between the two? How do people move between the two? And what we see is that people actually go to download a travel-related site when they actually have a poor mobile site experience. So it's not that they go and they choose automatically to download an app, it's that they're just not happy with the experience that you're giving them on your mobile site, and as a reaction to that, they're going. And here's another interesting fact. Even after they've downloaded a mobile app, a lot of them are actually still spending time on the mobile site. So you have an opportunity to re-engage with them if your mobile site is decent. And a staggering statistic, about 83% of leisure travelers have had poor experience on mobile travel sites. I mean, this is just like turning people away at the door. Right? And they're there, they're looking for you, they're coming to interact with you, and nearly 80% are not happy with it. And only 1/4 of those people that had a bad experience actually bother pushing through and actually converting. So you're potentially losing a huge chunk of people that could be becoming your clients just because of the mobile site experience. And net 40% of these people, of the 83% that have a bad experience, form a negative view on your brand. So you're basically not only turning them away temporarily, but you're running the risk of bad word of mouth as well. So, what you really need to look at is, who are you targeting? Leisure travelers versus business travelers? The difference between the two is not huge. But what I would say, again, my personal bias, mobile sites are key. And on this, we actually, Google's investing a lot in understanding mobile interfaces and what people like and don't like. And we've developed a mobile playbook, which is available free of cost. If you can't find it online, you can reach out to me and I'll share it. It's 25 design principles for mobile sites that help you give the best possible experience as we stand right now. So check that out. If you can't find it, I'll be happy to share it with you. So in light of that, let's look at the search trends we have in Sri Lanka and India right now. And what we see here is that while there's a across-the-board growth in this segment in Sri Lanka, which is great news, mobile is growing far quicker than the other two segments. Now, there's a little bit of disconnect here from some of the things that were talked about earlier today about the growth of tablet. But this is not a mistake. Think of it this way, that if you think of the Sri Lankan customer, I think they're a little bit behind in terms of development when you compare it to Western countries. So tablets are catching on, but not at the speed. And mobile is still the first device that people buy and use. So I think tablet searches are going to grow pretty quickly in the future. But right now, in Sri Lanka, and as you'll see in India, mobile is where the real growth is coming from. Of course, that's growth. That doesn't mean that there's volume. Well, volume's there too. About 1/3 of searches on travel and tourism are coming from mobiles in Q3 2014. India is a very similar story. Everything's growing here as well. Mobile in particular is growing at similar rates to in Sri Lanka. And it's actually more than 1/3. It's about 35% of the search volume that's coming out of India related to travel and tourism. So, okay, if we're seeing smartphones grow like that, if we're seeing that there's there's pretty limited ad spend right now. What this tells me at least is that if you're not already thinking about building either a mobile site and or a mobile app, then you're pretty much falling behind. So really think about the mobile opportunity, and think about your own experience. I mean, don't just take this data at face value. Think about how you use your mobile, how you search, and when you use it, and where you might be forming views on what you want to do or don't want to do, because most other users are doing the same thing. Here's a very niche opportunity for hotels that I'd like to discuss, and that is that when you look at leisure and business travelers, 1 in 4 leisure and 1 in 2 business travelers actually, they actually, once they're on the road, they're still searching for information related to the destination. And if you look at what are the different ways that they're searching for this destination, about half of it is coming from online. So they're searching online in different ways. About half of it is offline. The largest component here is just walking around, so 37%. But the second largest is website or app for the destination. And if you look at what devices they use, smartphones again are the biggest component of this, which is not surprising because most people don't travel with their laptops, and most leisure travelers don't at least. And the biggest portion of, biggest place to actually collect this information is search. So what that means is, I mean, I'm getting really product specific here, but I think this is a really super opportunity that no one's really thinking about. But the idea is that, I mean, if you've sold something to someone online, you already have them on your remarketing list. You already know that they're coming. So when these guys are searching for what to do around your hotel, I mean, you have this great opportunity to sell ancillary stuff, whether it's a spa, whether it's a restaurant, so really from search, you have this opportunity to really increase the amount of revenue you're getting per user, because half of the people that are coming to your hotels are actually looking for more information on things to do. So let's talk about the inspiration piece now. No surprises here, very similar to what you've been hearing. Social video and photo sites are a huge source of inspiration. Specifically, we all do realize that online has a really important role to play in our decisions related to where we're traveling to. But if you actually look at what they're using, YouTube is a very, very significant portion. And what's interesting is that YouTube and online travel videos are actually influential in the early stages. What that means is that people, like if you look at Google search data, I don't think I have that slide in this deck, but if you look at Google search kind of data versus YouTube search data, YouTube as the last speaker mentioned, being the second biggest search engine in the world, people are searching for destinations on YouTube, whereas on Google search, they search more for brands, like a bigger portion, right? So you have this early funnel opportunity to start interacting with people when they haven't really started looking for a specific brand, and really convince them then that there's an opportunity. So really, how can we build brands using video? What we did is we looked across APAC, some of the major hotel chains that have already been creating YouTube channels and uploading videos, and kind of looked at what worked and what didn't work for them. I'm going to speed up a little because I'm a little short on time, but just run through, kind of resorts and hotels and cities and what has worked for them, just for your benefit. What we find is resort videos just get a lot more viewership than city hotel videos. So if you have both, then you should really be thinking about the resort videos to kind of engage early stage with these customers. If you have just city videos, and it's still an opportunity, it's just not as big as an opportunity for resorts to really interact. And viewers are not just interested in seeing the hotel, they're interested in seeing its unique selling proposition. If I can ask you to play this short video from That's it. Super simple, super short, and tells one thing that's really special about this hotel. The second thing is, and again, we've talked about this earlier in the day, people cared about finding out about what are the unique opportunities in the different hotels that they're looking at. Just quickly to talk about one in the Le Méridien Bali Resort, they actually uploaded a video of a chef going around the local fruit market to show what kind of interactions you can actually do there as a tourist and a traveler, which had over 100,000 views. And then even how-to videos. I mean, again, we talked about this earlier as well, but even something like how to make a bed and cleaning tips in French by Four Seasons got about 50,000 views. And then the guest portion. I mean, this is something that's, I think, completely relevant to this, this conference in particular. People interact with brands and they like to hear from them, but they also have an affinity to hearing from people that are not the brand itself, but talking about the brand. So finding opportunities to give your guests the chance to upload videos about your brand, about their experience, is a really unique way of trying to build some brand love indirectly. So think about, kind of offers you can make for people that are uploading certain videos, cheaper visits the next time around after a certain number of views, etc. But this is also a unique opportunity available. So I'm going to skip this video just in the interest of time. But there's a pretty amazing video on Atlantis. It's a really nice way of inspiring people to consider this hotel. I do want to show you this one. I think this is fantastic. And Sri Lankan Airlines, with such bright colors and a really vibrant kind of brand, really should take note of this.
They were born different. Born with very special gifts. And extraordinary talents. Born to challenge the status quo. To evolve thinking and change the lives of millions.
Bedtime.
Destiny brought them together.
Time to fly.
Hello, Mr. Jacobs.
Now they're flying to save us all. Saving us from the bland, the beige, and the common can't be bothered. They are a welcome splash of red in a weary world of grey, flying in the face of ordinary.
So about 1 million views, unpaid views on YouTube with that pretty cool video. And this one I'm not even going to play because I'm pretty confident everyone here has seen it. And if you haven't, then you really should. It's pretty cool. But imagine getting 100 million views for an ad that you've created that people are choosing to go out there and watch. I mean, that's just phenomenal, right? Yeah, they probably paid Kobe Bryant and Lionel Messi a fair amount, but if you're getting 100 million views, then it just might be worth it. You've got to get the right idea, but really think about the opportunity here to let people interact with your brand. And I mean, Turkish Airlines, last 5 or 6 years, I think that their kind of brand strength and the way what people associate with it has just completely been revolutionized. And the key here is that when you actually look at leisure travelers in particular, and you know how they make their decision, they're actually, most of them are going into the planning phase undecided on the brand. So whether you're an airline, whether you're a hotel, even some of the other travel verticals, you know, you have this fantastic opportunity to get in front of them ahead of when they're actually making their decision, have a longer dance with them to convince them that you're where they want to be. And loyalty influence, which a lot of hotels and airlines have been swearing by, is actually consistently declining. So more and more people are less likely to make their decisions based on loyalty programs that they hold. And you know, 67% are willing to consider switching. And nearly everybody is willing to switch if there are better you know, rewards out there. So that loyalty is not what it was made out to be before. So if I can give you one thing to walk away with from all of this information, just remember and just try to focus on the fact that this is not your digital world anymore. This is. And that's not something that's going to change in the future. So thank you very much. I'm going to leave you guys with some of the major search terms when people are starting to plan their trip. And I was supposed to mention to Twitter your questions, and I completely forgot, so I'm sorry for that. But do we have some? Oh, awesome. Okay, fantastic.
Right, so question via the Twitter hashtag TBCasia, Justin. It says the newspaper ad spend is decreasing according to some of the data you shared, but newspapers have gone digital. Therefore, is it so technically the ad spend has shifted, is what the question says. So it's still, is it safe to assume the same assumptions that the data was presented with?
Yeah. So as you noticed, that data went all the way up to 2010, and what you're seeing, that's absolutely the right point. What I'm not saying is that newspapers are not going to exist. They absolutely are. They're going to be part of the ecosystem, but there's a reason that they're all going online behind paid walls or with advertisements, because that's really the future. So that's a great kind of you know, placement to interact with people. But what I'm saying is that even with newspapers, the opportunity is going to shift to online rather than in print. Now, let me add another caveat. That data was the US, as I mentioned, right? The emerging markets are going to be behind, right? So it's probably not that bad in Sri Lanka. It's certainly not in most of the markets that I cover, but it's getting worse, and it's going to continue to get worse. So start thinking about how you can really go from your offline ads to online ads, even if it's with the same property, if it's with the same newspaper. You're just going to get far more reach and relevancy from online that you're ever going to from offline.
Excellent, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give Khurram Jamali all the way from Google a hand for that wonderful session?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, according to the schedule, a lunch break is 45 minutes, but because we're slightly behind schedule, we've decided, without consulting you, of course, that we'd make our lunch break 30 minutes. I'm not going to ask if everyone's okay with that. Guess what? You've got to be okay with it. So lunch is at the Queen's Court, just next door. Go in there, serve your food, come back here, and you can eat it. And we start our next session at 2:15. Right? 2:15 is when we come in. So half an hour to grab your food.
whatever love wants, love again. Take off your coat, don't you know you can't win? You're no exception to the rule. I'm irresistible, you can't get whatever love wants, love again. I always get what I aim for, and your heart and soul is what I take off your coat, don't you know you can't win? You're no exception to the rule. I'm irresistible, you feel give it.
From beautiful beaches to way up to the cool, windy mountains lies an experience that is exciting, adventurous, and relaxing, which is sure to satisfy all your five senses whilst you are here to attend your corporate event. What's more, your complete experience is just within a few hours away. We have some of the world's best facilities to host your next meeting, incentive, exhibition or conference, which is unquestionably attractive to your company's financial budget when compared to many other destinations in the world. Our facilities include a variety of excellent venues to suit the nature of your event, whatever it may be, complete with state-of-the-art equipment. We also have excellent telecommunication systems, transport systems, up-to-date banking systems, and broadband web facilities. During your stay, you will be enjoying the luxury of 5-star accommodation, which will be just a few minutes away from your corporate event. And you can have your corporate event in various parts of the island while experiencing its diversity. So, as refreshed minds produce fresh ideas, aim to score big. Rock your audience. Go wild with your thoughts. Go crazy with your ideas. Garnish your presentation. And breeze through your corporate event. In the ideal destination for conventions, Sri Lanka.
No EGB, no food.
My wife and I only had a weekend to celebrate our anniversary in the beautiful island of Sri Lanka. Thanks to the scheduled domestic air taxi service, Cinnamon Air, we were able to have the experience of a lifetime in just a couple of days. After a quick break at the exclusive domestic terminal, we were on our way.
Alright, welcome aboard Cinnamon Air.
Barely 40 minutes later, we were landing in Dickwalla to rest and relax under the sun on the southern coast, which gives us time to explore the surrounding towns and beaches. Fast forward a few minutes, and we're touching down on the eastern coast of the island to dip in the crystal clear blue waters of Trincomalee. Time for a change of scene. To Sri Lanka's centre, the city of Kandy. While my wife explored the city, I managed to squeeze in a few hours at the golf club. Following a swift 35-minute scheduled flight, opposed to a 5-hour drive, we've managed to make it to Sri Lanka's most visited historic site, Sigiriya, the famous Lion Rock. Completely overjoyed, my wife finally got to see an elephant. In fact, she couldn't stop petting it. Time to move to higher ground and cooler climes, up and away to the hill country. We enjoyed amazing greenery right outside our window and the most beautiful trekking episode we've ever encountered. We experienced the gorgeous island of Sri Lanka in a matter of days, thanks to Sri Lanka's premier domestic airline. Cinnamon Air. It's how we choose to travel.
Superior online gaming. HD video streaming. Fastest download speeds. Contactability. The fastest growing mobile 4G LTE network in Sri Lanka. Mobitel, we care, always.
TravelClick, the world's leading provider of web and media solutions for hoteliers, is pleased to offer Custom Pro, the award-winning hotel website solution. Our team of e-commerce experts will create a customized website for your hotel with no upfront costs and no commitment. Every Custom Pro website is designed to promote your unique hotel in a way that increases revenue and drives bookings. Built-in search engine optimization will help ensure that customers find you online. And add-ons like mobile sites and social media options expand and integrate your online presence. Custom Pro websites are built on an adaptable and intuitive platform. The easy-to-use content management system allows you to make instant updates or changes to your website from any internet browser. TravelClick has built over 1,500 websites for hoteliers around the globe and has won more than 150 awards for website design, interactive application development, and social media. Our team of experts understands best practices in hotel website design and will apply these strategies to drive revenue for your hotel. Custom Pro websites are available at a low monthly rate, allowing you to add additional services or functionality at any time. Plus, you won't have to worry about your website becoming out of date. Every 2 years, TravelClick provides a free site rebuild, ensuring your site keeps up with emerging technology. Get started on upgrading your online presence with a free website audit from one of TravelClick's e-commerce experts. Custom Pro will solve your online challenges once and for all. It's never been easier or more cost-effective to have your own customized website. Contact us today about Custom Pro, one of TravelClick's many proven solutions that optimize performance, grow revenue, and create stronger brands.
For the rhythm of daily information, subscribe to our mobile alerts. If you are a Dialogue subscriber, type REG space news and send it to 77878. If you're an Etisalat subscriber, type REG space TNLRN and text it to 2233.
Sri Lanka, a small island surrounded by the beautiful Indian Ocean, has always been referred to as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean for its beauty and diversity. From beautiful beaches to way up to the cool, windy mountains lies an experience that is exciting, adventurous, and relaxing, which is sure to satisfy all your five senses whilst you are here to attend your corporate event. What's more, your complete experience is just within a few hours away. We have some of the world's best facilities to host your next meeting, incentive, exhibition, or conference, which is unquestionably attractive to your company's financial budget when compared to many other destinations in the world. Our facilities include a variety of excellent venues to suit the nature of your event, whatever it may be, complete with state-of-the-art equipment. We also have excellent telecommunication systems, transport systems, up-to-date banking systems, and broadband web facilities. During your stay, you will be enjoying the luxury of five-star accommodation, which will be just a few minutes away from your corporate event. can have your corporate event in various parts of the island while experiencing its diversity. So, as refreshed minds produce fresh ideas, aim to score big. Rock your audience. Go wild with your thoughts. Go crazy with your ideas. Garnish your presentation. And breeze through your corporate event. In the ideal destination for conventions, Sri Lanka.
No EGB, no food.
Sri Lanka, a small island surrounded by the beautiful Indian Ocean, has always been referred to as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean for its beauty and diversity. From beautiful beaches to way up to the cool, windy mountains lies an experience that is exciting, adventurous, and relaxing, which is sure to satisfy all your five senses whilst you are here to attend your corporate event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mean to interrupt your lunch. I am not the enemy, but we'll be starting in 5 minutes. So 5 minutes notice. You can speed up just a little bit, grab your dessert. We start in 5 minutes.
We have some of the world's best facilities to host your next meeting, incentive, exhibition, or conference, which is unquestionably attractive to your company's financial budget when compared to many other destinations in the world. Our facilities include a variety of excellent venues to suit the nature of your event, whatever it may be, complete with state-of-the-art equipment. We also have excellent telecommunication systems, transport systems, up-to-date banking systems, and broadband web facilities. During your stay, you will be enjoying the luxury of five-star accommodation, which will be just a few minutes away from your corporate event. And you can have your corporate event in various parts of the island while experiencing its diversity. So, as refreshed minds produce fresh ideas, aim to score big. Rock your audience. Go wild with your thoughts. Go crazy with your ideas. Garnish your presentation. And breeze through your corporate event. In the ideal destination for conventions, Sri Lanka.
No EGB, no food.
My wife and I only had a weekend to celebrate our anniversary in the beautiful island of Sri Lanka. Thanks to the scheduled domestic air taxi service, Cinnamon Air, we were able to have the experience of a lifetime in just a couple of days. After a quick break at the exclusive domestic terminal, we were on our way.
All right, welcome aboard Cinnamon Air.
Barely 40 minutes later, we were landing in Dickwalla to rest and relax under the sun on the southern coast, which gives us time to explore the surrounding towns and beaches. Fast forward a few minutes and we're touching down on the eastern coast of the island to dip in the crystal clear blue waters of Trincomalee. Time for a change of scene. To Sri Lanka's centre, the city of Kandy. While my wife explored the city, I managed to squeeze in a few hours at the golf club. Following a swift 35-minute scheduled flight, opposed to a 5-hour drive, we've managed to make it to Sri Lanka's most visited historic site, Sigiriya, the famous Lion Rock. Completely overjoyed, my wife finally got to see an elephant. In fact, she couldn't stop petting it. Time to move to higher ground and cooler climes, up and away to the hill country. We enjoyed amazing greenery right outside our window and the most beautiful trekking episode we've ever encountered. We experienced the gorgeous island of Sri Lanka in a matter of days, thanks to Sri Lanka's premier domestic airline. Cinnamon Air. It's how we choose to travel.
Superior online gaming. HD video streaming. Fastest download speeds. Contactability. The fastest growing mobile 4G LTE network in Sri Lanka. Mobitel, we care, always.
TravelClick, the world's leading provider of web and media solutions for hoteliers, is pleased to offer Custom Pro, the award-winning hotel website solution. Our team of e-commerce experts will create a customized website for your hotel with no upfront costs and no commitment. Every Custom Pro website is designed to promote your unique hotel in a way that increases revenue and drives bookings. Built-in search engine optimization will help ensure that customers find you online. And add-ons like mobile sites and social media options expand and integrate your online presence. Custom Pro websites are built on an adaptable and intuitive platform. The easy-to-use content management system allows you to make instant updates or changes to your website from any internet browser. TravelClick has built over 1,500 websites for hoteliers around the globe and has won more than 150 awards for website design, interactive application development and social media. Our team of experts understands best practices in hotel website design and will apply these strategies to drive revenue for your hotel. Custom Pro websites are available at a low monthly rate, allowing you to add additional services or functionality at any time. Plus, you won't have to worry about your website becoming out of date. Every 2 years, TravelClick provides a free site rebuild, ensuring your site keeps up with emerging technology. Get started on upgrading your online presence with a free website audit from one of TravelClick's e-commerce experts. Custom Pro will solve your online challenges once and for all. It's never been easier or more cost-effective to have your own customized website. Contact us today about Custom Pro, one of TravelClick's many proven solutions that optimize performance, grow revenue, and create stronger brands.
For the rhythm of daily information, subscribe to our mobile alerts. If you are a Dialogue subscriber, type REG space news and send it to 77878. If you're an Etisalat subscriber, type REG space TNLRN and text it to 2233.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have finished your lunch, the others are still having the lunch. Either way, the session will get underway. Our next speaker is going to speak. I've been working with over 400 hotels around the world. It may not look like it, but when you look at Rajat, you won't be able to guess it, but he's been doing this, he tells me, for the past 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Rajat Dahanayaka, the CEO of eMarketing Eye.
Thanks. I'll just. Which one is that? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction. He's been telling the truth. Yes, I've been doing it for 15 years. I still want to keep my young-looking me for next 5-10 years, hopefully. Yeah. So before I talk about SEO, the main topic today, but I think we heard a lot of content about blogging and videos and experience. But this session, I'm going to talk about the most important online marketing technique that you should practice if you're really looking at generating revenue, and how blogging and content marketing could help you to sort of be successful in doing SEO. Moving on, so if you look at why you all should look at an online marketing strategy for a travel company, it's because people spend a lot of time on search. I think it was perfect timing. Kuram had the session just before mine, if you guys can remember. He was talking about a lot of statistics, like how people spend time on YouTube, on search, for their travel planning, hotel planning. For example, the slides are not that clear, but 87% of the 87% use internet for travel planning, and around 96% use internet for hotel planning. And people spend a lot of time on social media networks and on mobile devices. Like around 85% of the travelers use smartphones when they travel, during and after. In terms of revenue, I think Kuram statistics overall is around 30% that brings visitors and revenue from mobile. For Sri Lanka, because we work with over 60, 70 hotels, we see around 25%. So I think that's a good number for markets like Sri Lanka. And in terms of social media, which is really sexy and everyone loves it and a lot of hype, but nobody talks about search anymore because it has been there for like maybe 15, 20 years. So although the social is really nice and everyone wants to be doing that, how much direct revenue have you seen? If you go back and look at your analytics platform, social, maybe not even 1% revenue. So does this mean that we should not do social? No. Because social is more or less like comes into action in the early stages in the buying cycle, where they make their travel plans or change their travel plans depending on what they see on social media, on blogs, or on YouTube. Or they tend to, they learn about new destinations by looking at videos like that we saw in the morning, you know, okay, wow, I want to do that, I want to go there. But that itself does not bring you revenue. It brings promote the experience, promote the destination, you know, just give something new that they should do. But if you really want to convert that traffic, convert that customer into actual revenue, you should look at search. So of course that I'm more biased to search. I'm coming from a search marketing company, but still, let's look at some numbers. So, and when it comes to search, primarily there's two things. One is PPC, where you can buy a lot of things from Google and you can increase your visibility, put ads on YouTube, put video ads on YouTube, etc. But then there's SEO, which we're going to talk about. If you want to come up in the rankings, if you go to Google and look for a hotel or look for an experience, if you want to see your website on top, you've got to focus on three things. One is you should make sure that you have your keywords in place, and then you should make sure that you have enough references coming from the other websites, so where the blogging could help. So this is an example. It's not clear, but I was looking for Sri Lanka hotel. You can see Jetwing and Aiken Spence on the first page. I know we work with like a lot of other brands. You guys are coming up with some other keywords, so it's not that you're not there. So if you look at the Sri Lankan hotel industry versus SEO, how much value that it brings into from your brand site or into your companies or hotels and travel companies. So I analyzed around statistics for last quarter for 48 hotels that we work with who has like e-commerce compatibility, booking engine implementation, etc. So looking at that, around 60% of the brand.com revenue is coming from SEO. And this converts into close to 58% of the bookings, and it generates around 56% of the revenue. So this is amazing. The balance is coming from PPC, and people are typing your URL direct into the browser. But this blogging component that we're talking about, or the social component, brings you less than 2% of the revenue. But although you don't see direct revenue from the social activities or the content marketing activities you do, you still have to do it to complement other strategies and to be visible for the customer when they were looking for it at the early stages in the buying cycle. So just going further into the profile of an SEO visitor. So if you get a visitor from SEO, that means they go to Google, they search for something and find you in the listings and visit your website. In average, if you look at the Sri Lankan hotels, that visitor brings you around $1.73. On the highest value, I mean primarily the city hotels would bring you around $3 for that particular visitor. And the lowest would be the villas or the resorts, because they need like more traffic and take more time to decide. So it's around $0.32. So it brings actual revenue, provided that you have rooms to sell, provided that your rates are great on the website, and provided that you have a system that can convert the lookers into bookers. And in terms of conversion rate, if you get traffic from SEO, average conversion rate for the Sri Lankan hotel industry is around 0.71%. So if you guys want to go back and see how much you do, then you can actually benchmark this. This analysis is based on 48 hotels. And the average is 0.43. The lowest is around 0.10. But when it comes to city, and if you really focus on certain keywords, this can be really, really high as well, at maybe 1-2%. If you do very targeted PPC campaigns, this can even be around 4%. So it all depends on how you look at it. So what's the impact the SEO makes in the overall conversion part? So I took this statistic from one of our clients from Google Analytics. So this, when you say conversion part, that how many times someone visits your website during the process of buying, from which channels and mediums. For example, when you say organic search on top, that means they have visited your site from SEO and made reservations. So when you look at the top 10 conversions part for this particular client, around 56% of the conversion parts involve SEO. This shows that how important it is. If you were not visible on SEO, you are going to actually lose this 56% of the people that who are actually trying to buy something from you. So I actually did a little bit more into it, like if they visit more than 3 times, minimum 3 times or more, involvement of SEO is much more. It's around 65%. So if you really want to, someone who want to do a lot of research and still want to buy from you, they will find you from SEO 65% of the time. And if we look at, like, okay, they want to do really a lot of comparisons and they spend a lot of time on the internet, like they visit your site around 6 times before they make a reservation or an inquiry or actual booking. So the involvement of SEO in this conversion path is around 80%. So this shows that how important it is, but not forgetting other channels. For example, on this example, line 3, first 2 visits, he had visited the website from paid search, probably Google. And then he had accessed the website by typing the URL direct into the browser. Still, he has not made the decision. Then he has gone back and searched for your brand, or maybe a city hotel keyword or a destination hotel keyword on the search engines. So for you to convert this particular conversion, it's important that you are visible in both paid and SEO. But in terms of the influence SEO makes, it's around 80% in the overall conversion. So this shows how important it is. So it's great that we know this brings money and this brings a lot of visitors. So how you can actually get into the top rankings, what you have to do. So if you look at things that you have to do to get your site up in the rankings, say for Sri Lanka hotel, you look for Colombo hotel or Kandy hotels, you got to be on the first page in Google, above all the OTAs and competitors. So things that you have to do on your website versus things you have to do on the other sites, you can divide that into 2. So one we call on-page factors, where you have to put your effort around 40%, and the off-the-page factors where you put around 60%. So this is where the social content marketing, your YouTube videos, your blogging, and how much content you produce, adds value. So if you look at the things that you have to do on your website, you've got to make sure you have unique content, and you've got to make sure that you have proper keywords, and you have quality content on the website, so there's something to give to visitors who visits. And then make sure that your site is developed properly, probably mobile compatible, responsive, and you have proper tagging in place in terms of all technical requirements for search engines. And your architecture. Architecture is all about how long your site takes to load. If it takes more than 6-7 seconds to load, you're losing like 50-60% of your potential customers. And whether your URL structure is proper, that there's a proper URL for every page, and doesn't confuse the Google bots or Yahoo bots or MSN spiders, etc. So you got to make sure that you get this thing right. But it's actually only 40% of the work. The balance is all about how visible and how popular you are on the internet, and how many links that you get from places like blogs or from social media platforms. It can be from YouTube, it can be from news sites, it can be from other travel industry sites, etc. So when you talk about these references and links from our external websites, you need to look at links it's basically how quality they are. Obviously, if you are a hotel in Sri Lanka, you can get a link from the tourist board website. That's great. That will go as like a high authoritative link. And the trust. Trust is all about how trustworthy is the website that you're going to get a link from. For example, if you get a link from a blog which has like 100,000 visitors a month, that would definitely add a lot of value in helping your SEO rankings to climb on the first page. And then the social. If you see that your content travels on social media platforms and you get shares and people actually like it, so there's a benefit in terms of SEO. And of course, that the links that you can get from your market itself, like I mentioned the tourist boards and etc., and maybe the forums. So how actually the blogging and content marketing can help SEO? Because I'm sure that when you guys listen in the morning, you're talking about blogging and want to do all of that, maybe your immediate requirement is to generate revenue. So you try to generate revenue by just signing up or working with blog or having your own blog or spending resources doing that. It wouldn't happen. You need to do that, but make sure that you invest properly on the most important online marketing technique, which is search. Still, it's search, like brings you like around 70% of the revenue. So on page things, what you can do is if you create your own blog, make sure that you maintain it properly, you create quality content. So by having your own blog, the best thing you can do is, if your content is quality and people like it, people get attracted to it, people will start talking about it, people will share it on their platforms, and they will send to someone, they will share it on their Facebook, his friends will see that, and then it goes around. So you create that snowball effect. And off the page is the key, which is the most difficult part of SEO, because anyone can put keywords on the website, just that you have to identify which ones are the best. When you know how to develop a proper SEO-friendly website, it's very easy to do that. It's not difficult. But the most difficult part in the overall SEO strategy is how well you understand things that you have to do outside your website. How you can use the social content marketing and all these things like blogging to bring more links, quality links and references to your website, so you stay different and you make a different impression to search engines that, yes, we are popular, we are better, and we have references from various other places. Why don't you put us on the first page? So when you look at off the page things you can do, that you can do blogging, and you can do list submissions, and you can create infographics and share it on various platforms, and you can make sure that you get references from Facebook and G+, and from Tumblr, etc. So just to show that as part of the SEO strategy that we implement for our clients, we create around 1,500 pieces of content every month. But we don't talk about our clients directly, because then it doesn't sort of serve the purpose, because I don't think anyone would want to share direct brand content. So they want to talk about, okay, some event or some attraction, something useful for their planning. So this is it's not that clear, but this is an article on the blog which talks about a shopping experience in Doha, and then we have given a link to our client, one of our hotels that we work there. It doesn't say that you got to stay in this hotel and shop, but we just would say that, okay, this hotel is around the shopping area or something like that. You got to create that, indirect way of promoting your link, that then only you can actually expect more references to come in. And this one, it's talking about things to do in Singapore. I heard in the morning, but the things to do are not the best things anymore, but you can actually come up with something else, and just talk about things that you can do in Singapore. And then we try to say that one of the things can be, having dinner at this place or go to this bar or something like that. If I take Cinnamon Lakeside, for example, so maybe we can do a blog or an article piece on top 5 things to do in Colombo. And one of those things can be that doing dinner and drinks at 7 degrees. So you're not going to push Cinnamon brand per se. You're going to say that one thing you can do is you can go and have a city tour, go to the museum, and maybe go to Golf Face or to Mount Lavinia Beach. And then the other something else that you can do is also having dinner or drinks at 7 degrees. It's very indirect and subtle way of sort of pushing your brand. And you can also give a link from this article. Why don't you go and have a look at it? So no one is going to complain, because you're not going to just, pushing it badly, just in a subtle way, just trying to say that this is something you can do. And this one is all about how to plan a kid's vacation in Maldives. When you are doing your travel planning, people do lots of research. What do you have to take when I go to Maldives in this period of the year? And what do you have to do if I go to a particular destination, or if I travel with my family, if I travel with my girlfriend, or what kind of experience that I can have? So you can write about that and then try to relate it to your brand. And this is about social references. You can actually, if you create quality content, people would actually share it on their social platforms. It's actually, you need to create good content and make sure that how far that content can travel, especially on the social platforms. Infographics. So this one about seasonal sensations in Hong Kong. We have this client who's based in Wan Chai, so we talk about what you do in Hong Kong, and you just submit it to Pinterest and submit it to social media platforms. So people would share it. They're not worried about which brand has done this. It's just information when you travel to this particular destination. The other one is about shopping in Colombo. So we talk about the shopping experience or what you can do when you visit to Colombo, and then you put, actually this one we have done for Cinnamon Red. So you can make some sort of a relationship. So it's I don't think we should do content about the brand per se. So that is more of like a PR activity. This is like a more user-generated content that would actually help you to get indirect benefit primarily for SEO. And then you can actually do a slideshow. This one is about ski holiday to Queenstown in New Zealand. So we talk about the entire slides, around I think 7 or 8 slides. We talk about the ski experience in Queenstown. We don't talk anything about the brand. But then when you submit, you can actually give a link at the bottom. Who has done this? So you can actually get a reference. So that helps your SEO. And then someone who's looking for ski holidays, something that they should look at as well. So does this work? So I mean, I talk about it, but does it actually work? Can I show some examples? So this one, I was looking for Hotel Sri Lanka. So we have 2 of our clients coming up. So we are basically having 20% market share for this keyword in Google. I hope they would not do anything, just keep that. And this one is for Maldives Resort. If you just go and see, out of 10 listings, 6 are coming from our clients. So we're doing something right. So we have like 60% market share. And one of our clients is pushing us to put them also there. We are trying to work hard to sort of get them there. So maybe we have like 70%. And so what would be the key takeaways of this presentation? That the importance of SEO in terms of bringing revenue and visitors and bookings to your website, which is around 60% of your brand.com revenue. So if you don't do this properly, you're going to lose the entire 60% or majority of that. And it's important to optimize your website, both on page and off the page. So working with content marketing people like bloggers would definitely help you to get quality links coming into your website. More than the business that you can generate from that, it will definitely help you to get good rankings in SEO. So it's a good thing that you learn how the blogging can work, and if you start working with these guys, you can actually tell them what exactly you want. I want to push this, so you get a link back, and more than the revenue that you get directly from the actual work they do, you will definitely increase your SEO rankings, and that will help you to reach that 60% of the revenue from your brand.com. That's about it, and thank you very much. And one thing you should not forget is to work with the best. So, and we are here. Thank you very much.
Does anyone from the audience have any questions for Rajitha? Show of hands, we can get a mic to you if you have any question to ask. All right, I guess the explanations were fantastic. Then, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the CEO of eMarketing I, Rajitha Dahanayaka. Right, next up, get your web right, optimize your clicks, how to make the best use of your website. And to deliver this to you, we have from TravelClick, Mr. Jerome Wise. Jerome is based in London and has almost 30 years of experience in the travel industry. He deals with electronic distribution and online marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, our second session after our lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Jerome Wise.
Thank you. Thanks for that introduction. Apart from the 30 years, it was pretty accurate. So I'm a little bit older than Rajitha. But, it's a great pleasure to be here. We're delighted to be a sponsor. Thank you for your participation. I go to quite a few conferences, and it's a real pleasure actually to be at one where, because it's a bloggers conference, there's no shame in everyone sitting there being on their phones. So I assume you're all making updates and not getting to the next level of Candy Crush or anything, but go nuts. A lot of I'm going to talk a little bit about what TravelClick are. I don't know if you're all aware. I've got my esteemed colleague at the back, Sugaf, who's our local TravelClick expert who looks after the Sri Lanka, Maldives, and some other exotic islands in the Indian Ocean. So he's got the good job. If I just ask. So what do? We broadly we work only in the hospitality industry. We help hotels to optimize their performance, grow their revenues, and create stronger brands for themselves, which is a very great grand statement. But practically, what does that mean, or how do we do that? Well, we have 38,000 clients in 147 countries that are buying one or another of our products from us or our services. And I know you can't read the detail there because I couldn't when I was at the back either. But essentially, we offer reservation solutions, which includes a CRS, distribution through to the GDSs, a channel management capability, a mobile website, a mobile booking application, a normal website application, voice services, etc., etc. So the whole suite of reservation services. Business intelligence is another area of expertise for us. It represents about a third of our revenues as a company. So if many of you are hoteliers, you'll be familiar with Agency 360, Rate 360, and Demand 360, which give you historical and also future-looking competitive performance information. So you can see what rates you're selling at versus your competitive set. You can see whether the rates you're selling at across your various channels are in parity, or whether you're selling cheaper on the OTAs or cheaper on through GDS than on brand.com, etc., etc. So really, really fundamental services and tools for not only revenue management but for sales as well. And the media solution side of our business is where we cover paid search, display marketing, and also GDS advertising. I'm going to talk a lot more in detail about that. Then we have web solutions where we build websites. We do search engine optimization as well. I don't know where he's gone, but we're singing from the same hymn sheet there. And then finally, we have a CRM solution as well. So that's a little bit about us. In terms of the breadth or the size of TravelClick, we're managing on behalf of our clients around $100 million in hospitality media budgets. So it's pretty significant investment. It means that we're sitting on a huge amount of benchmark data and information. Just in one vertical, $100 million, we can very quickly assess and understand what sort of performance we should be getting for clients against their marketing budgets, what sort of expectations they should be getting in terms of a return or in terms of revenues. We're launching around 90 hotel websites a month for our clients, and I'm delighted that since 2008, our development shop has been here in Sri Lanka, so we use eBeyonds as our development house. Some of you will know them. I just had a great lunch with them, and we were trying to work out when it was that we set that relationship up. When I first came here in 2008 to cement that, they had a team of 2, and now there's a team of about 35. So we're very supportive of the Sri Lankan community. We've got a team in-house of around 200 e-commerce experts. The conversion rate increases that we see once we've built a website for our clients is around 34%. So how do we do that? I'm going to talk a little bit later. But by developing and creating a well-performing, well-optimized website that's built for conversion as your most important sales channel is really, really key to us. You've read the rest of the numbers. Some of our clients, you can see the brands there. So we're a global organization. We work with a lot of global brands. Some of the key clients in our region, Stuttgart's done a great job in the last couple of years of spreading the TravelClick love to a lot of the local clients, local hotels here. So Cinnamon is one of our key clients. They're using our booking engine. We're in the process of rebuilding their website and a number of other products and services of ours as well, as example. So website fundamentals. I kind of just thought the title was kind of interesting. Your website must be optimized to convert and not to flirt. So there's no point really creating a beautiful looking website that is all aspirational and very aesthetically appealing if it's not really built for conversion. You know that booking coming online through your own brand website is the cheapest cost of channel for you. It means you can own the customer. It means there's so many benefits of transacting that reservation online that it is very obvious. So when you think about building a website and when you look at the branding around that, you look at the creative around that, you've got to be single-mindedly focused on how do I make sure this is going to convert as well as possible. So some of the ways that we can do that. In today's world where pretty good internet speeds are very standard, and the use of large imagery has grown exponentially over the last few years. So that's a given. We quite often work with clients when we start this project, and they quickly realize for the sort of website that we're wanting to create that their photography needs a refresh and an update as well. So that's something to bear in mind when you're going into this process of what the other externalities around a project like this would be. Because once you've got an image that's taken up the full screen, you better make sure that's a really nice image. We've just built the Dusit Hotels website for Dusit in Thailand, and some of their images, I'm going to have a look at it, but some of the images on their website cost them about $5,000 each. They're really, really fantastic images. And you can just see how the return that they would get on that by having such compelling images. So that's a really important point. The other, intuitive and consistent navigation. So think about where that navigation is. Think about where your consumers are expecting that navigation to be. And we often benchmark ourselves and test ourselves in this area to make it as easy as possible for people to find the content that they want. You've really got to think about not what other hotel companies do, how do they set their navigation, but what are the big sites that your consumers are using? How does Amazon organize its navigation, for example? How does eBay organize its navigation? Typically, you have global navigation across the top, local navigation down the side. Some of that's changing a little bit as user experience is changing. So keeping on top of that to make it very easy and intuitive for people to find the content quickly is really key. An open booking mask with the lead rate, really, really important. A lot of hotel companies don't like to have an open booking mask with a kind of an obvious book now button on there. They think it's a little bit crass or a little bit brash. Nonsense. Your site is there to take money and to convert reservations. So it's really, really important. And for clients that are using our own booking engine, we can pull through live and dynamic rates through there. So that 169 is not a theoretical 169 that someone like an AirAsia or a low-cost carrier might have, and you find that it's actually never available. These are live rates that we're able to pull through from the booking engine, and we've shown that by doing that increases conversion by some 40% as well. Having special offers, having the right marketing content is really important as well. And then at the bottom here, in this instance, but it could be anywhere pretty much above the fold, making sure that you've got the social integration buttons there as well is absolutely critical, because that's where you're wanting people to share that content, people to perhaps brag about where they're booking, where they're staying, so that you can get that social element. I thought it was worth spending some time talking about the conversion funnel to drive results. This is the pretty standard conversion funnel. It applies to this industry. It applies to many industries. It's really, really important. If any of you are looking at this or have responsibility in this area to understand the conversion funnel, because once you've done that and once you understand that funnel, then you can make improvements to it. So at the top here you can see, I think if I press this button there's a little, maybe not. At the top there you can see I think it's 10,000 total visitors. So the number of visitors that are coming to your site, let's say it's 10,000, you need to understand what percentage of those are going through to the booking engine. And once you can understand that, that enables you then to look at the next level of what percentage of those are, if you go right to the bottom, are making a purchase. Those are the key metrics, and there's a couple of sub-metrics in the middle here. But understanding of the total that are coming to your site, how many are going into your booking engine, and then of those, how many are converting, is really how you optimize your website performance. Because only by doing that will you be able to identify where you have an issue or where you need to focus. If, for example, only 10% of people that come to your website are actually coming to the booking engine, you've probably got something wrong with your website. Your content's not compelling, your properties, the way you're presenting your property is not attractive. So you need to focus on your web presentation. If to the other extreme, 90% of people that come to your website are coming to the booking engine, but they're not converting, then you've probably got a real problem with your rates and your availability or your rate parity. So that's much more of a revenue management issue. And until you understand where the issues are, can you start improving the overall conversion percentage. I would urge every single person that has responsibility here to monitor that on a monthly basis and see what improvements and changes you can make month on month to get that overall conversion increasing. Because if you can increase your overall conversion by even 0.5 percentage point, that's a huge increase in revenue for you. And often we've said to clients, don't spend any more marketing budgets driving new traffic to your site until you've improved your conversion funnel, because you're just sending good money after bad. It's just not an effective use of your marketing budget. So taking control of the traffic. So how do you drive traffic to your site? What's an end-to-end strategy look like? Google talked really coherently and well about how the local consumers are behaving and how we're seeing a lot of uptake in mobile, etc., etc. We've talked a lot about SEO. I'm going to focus more on paid search. So I think by the end of it, across the three presentations, you should have a pretty rounded view. Those numbers I didn't dwell on because you've seen them all before. I think everybody that was stood up has given you some sort of similar stats. This is what we call a customer journey or a conversion funnel, if you like. There's a couple of names for it. But broadly, it starts at the top here where you're looking at awareness or branding. So how do you make people aware of your product? Then you get to brand engagement, down to direct response, and down to user retention. So what you're trying to do is capture the broadest funnel and narrow it down and keep people within that funnel so you can get them through to conversion. I'm going to talk you through that in a second after this slide, because this is really where across the $100 million that we're managing of our clients' budgets, not our money, it's their budgets that they're investing with us, they're trusting us with. But really, we really focus on revenue over ROI or ROAS. ROAS is return on ad spend, ROI, return on investment. Fundamentally the same thing with a little bit of a nuance between. Often our clients, we spend a lot of time re-educating our clients that actually maximum ROI is not what you want, because you can't take an ROI to the bank and pay it in, right? Often marketers will say, I want the highest ROI you can get me, get my ROI higher, get my ROI higher, and we can do that, but as I say, you can't take an ROI to the bank. So what you want is revenue, right? So what often happens is that your campaign starts and you get to a certain point of an ROI, and then you'll keep going up and up until your ROI starts coming down again. And that's when a lot of less sophisticated campaigns stop, and they start bringing it back, and so they've got a maximum ROI. But what you're doing if you do that is you miss out on the extra revenue that you generate by coming back down the other side here. So I could get you a great ROI. I could get you a 50 to 1, but it might be 1 reservation. Or would you like a 10 to 1 and you get 500 reservations? So that's the dynamic and the dilemma. The reason we've got this red line here is because that's your next most cost-effective sales channel. So typically that would be the OTA. So if we take a broad, easy example, if you're paying a 20% commission to OTAs, Okay, that's 20% is a 5-to-1 return on investment that you're getting against that. So any business that you can drive direct through brand.com at 5-to-1 or above is profitable business for you. If you're driving revenue at less than 5-to-1, you might as well shut up shop and let your business all come through the OTAs because it's more cost effective. So this is why we have the red line there, and we manage to that ROI goal of your next most profitable channel. Really, really important. And we've completely transformed the way a lot of clients are working with us by using that methodology. So just quickly, I'm going to talk a little bit about how some of these channels work. Display remarketing, quick show of hands. How many people are doing display remarketing or knows how it works? Okay, so if we come back to either nobody or shy people or asleep people in the audience, any of those are okay. That's fine. If we come back to the conversion funnel where we saw that 97% of the people that came to your website didn't actually book, how do you attract those and how do you bring those back? Bearing in mind that on average, people are visiting anywhere between 20 and 30 different websites in order to make their purchasing decision. So what you need to do is once they've come to your site and they haven't made a reservation, serve them up an ad again. So remind them that they came to your site. So keep your brand in front of mind for them. You'll all have seen this. You'll all have been remarketed to. If it's good companies, you kind of won't have noticed because it's quite subtle. An anecdote that I got at the weekend, I came out here on Qatar Airways and I booked my flight about 3 weeks ago. I think it was last Friday I went, it was on a site and it was completely smothered by Qatar Airways selling me tickets to Colombo. And actually I'd already booked 2 weeks ago, so it was a total waste of their marketing dollars. So that's a bad example of how to do remarketing. So by only marketing to people that haven't made a reservation and doing it in a subtle way where you only show the ad 2 or 3 times a day for a maximum of 3 or 4 days or something, you get a really, really strong returns on that effort. And that also improves the money you're investing in paid search. Looking at paid search, yes, there's one massive dominant player, but depending on where your market is and where your consumers are coming from, don't just rely on the one player. I'm sure you won't mind me saying, because it's going to be, we're talking about percentage points, but it's really important to understand where your consumers are. If you've got a lot of Chinese coming in, if you've got a lot of Koreans coming into your hotels, understand what sites they're using, understand which search engines they're using, make sure you're advertising in the right places, but only if your website and your booking engine are in those languages as well. So don't even bother, for example, running a Russian PPC campaign if your website isn't in those languages, because you will have no opportunity to convert them. Okay, but don't just be blinkered into the one search engine. If you don't mind me saying so. Then we've got display networks. Having said that, I'm now going to show you about Google Display Network. Display networks, and the reason we predominantly use the Google Display Network is because they've got about 98% coverage of the internet population. The Google Display Network is different from Google Search Engine. So by putting your adverts through the Display Network, you can reach the vast majority of your consumers. It's really, really important. Apparently, there's 6 billion consumers that are touched by the Google Display Network on a daily basis in Asia. And it's pretty consistent across all the continents, actually. So a huge way to reach those. And I know there was some talk earlier about whether the top 10 lists and those sort of things work or they don't work. They're really, really good. As you get up the conversion funnel, if you remember to brand engagement and awareness, as you go up that funnel, they're very, very effective at creating brand awareness or creating awareness of your product before people have really started thinking about hotels. So whilst people are in the early stages of, shall I go to Sri Lanka? You know, someone in Northern Europe might be sitting there going, okay, I want this sort of experience. Should I go to Sri Lanka or should I go to Costa Rica? You know, those are kind of, I guess, comparable kind of choices that someone might make. And so whilst they're doing that research about what can I do if I'm there for a week or 10 days, or, you know, what events are there, what things should I see, what sort of experiences are there, whilst they're doing those sorts of searches, if they see your brand at that time as well, and they probably won't click on it because we've all been educated that to click on banners is kind of a bad thing because you're going to get a terrible virus your machine or whatever. But at least they're starting to see and get awareness of your brand, and that's where it becomes quite powerful. Do you get an ROI against it if you just track it independently of everything? No, you don't. But when you look at a holistic media campaign and the benefits that that brings, it's really important strategy. Another network that we use pretty extensively is the Adara network, and that looks at travel behavior. So you can see if someone's made a reservation, and let me see if there's on Etihad, for example. So they've made a reservation on Etihad, come into Colombo. Within seconds of that reservation being confirmed, we can serve an ad to them about a hotel in Colombo. So it's a really, again, a very powerful and very immediate way of getting that brand awareness in place. We know that most people will book their flights a long time before they book their hotels. I'm not a good person to sample on that because I generally don't book my hotel until the day before. But that's because I'm in the industry, I guess. But there is quite a predictable lag between when flights are made and hotels are booked. So again, before people are really thinking about where they're going to stay, they've made their reservation, you can get your brand out there as well. So then, Rajita did a great job talking about the value of distributed content. So I'm just going to talk very briefly about that and just echo what Rajita said. When you look at the blogger communities in order to drive traffic to your site, SEO, on-site SEO is pretty passé, and it's kind of had its day. There's a limit to what you can do these days, and it's sort of a fundamental and a foundation, really. The real skill and the real value in SEO is that quality content, not only creating the quality content, but distributing it and distributing it in the right places so that it all links back and it's being shared and it's being referenced back to you. So again, I know we talked about that, so I won't harp on too much about that. But as part of your overall strategy, it is very, very important. The better SEO placement you have and the better SEO listings you have, I wouldn't say the less money you need to spend on paid media, but you can use that budget for paid media in more aggressive ways to go out and get more long-tail business. So you're not having to shore up something that's broken and then use what available budget you've got left to go further up the funnel. You can, if you've got a strong SEO strategy in place, then you know that budget you've got can be used for a lot more pure incremental traffic. So this is something that we talk to clients about quite a lot about the essential feedback loop. So at every point in the process of where a consumer is, we need to learn from their behaviors and what they're doing in order to improve, to make those marketing budgets work better. So we've got quite a strong fiscal responsibility, I guess, of managing $100 million of clients' media budgets. We want to make sure that that's working in the best possible way and they're getting the best possible returns from it. So for example, within search marketing, you've got to make sure that you're managing your CPCs, your cost per clicks in the most effective way. Your click volume is in control, your budgets are in control, you've got good fiscal control over those budgets. Once some people are coming to the website, we should be looking at the analytics to see where are they dropping out, which pages are not converting well, can we improve those to make that marketing budget that's pushing those clients through the website more effective and creating more stickiness. Once they get into the booking engine, again, because we own a booking engine, it's very easy for us to have that holistic end-to-end view, and it's kind of in our DNA to do that. We look at the revenue per booking. How can we increase that? How do we reduce the abandon rates? How do we maximize the conversion rates? So even within the booking engine, we're looking at how can we get better value for our clients. And using our BI tools as well, we can see whether they've got rate competitiveness there already. They don't have to tell us if they haven't got rate competitiveness. It's one of our products that a lot of our clients are using, so we would know that automatically. And all of that constant analysis throughout the booking process enables us to refine and improve and optimize the performance. And then you've got the post-sales programs for sales and marketing efforts. So how many emails are we capturing? How much client retention are we able to gather for our clients? Because it doesn't matter whether you're spending 20% for a commission on an OTA business or C-Visits. C-Visits a lot cheaper, by the way. I've got to put a plug in for that. Or whether you're spending 10% for on paid search campaign, it's still marketing investment. And if you're not retaining that customer and making them a loyal customer at the end of it, then you're undervaluing or you're underutilizing that marketing budget. So really, really important. Most people forget about the CRM piece at the end of it, about retaining the guest, and I'd urge you all to focus on that very strongly. So typically, this is how a lot of people work, and actually, there's probably another silo there as well, where it might be, they'll have one company responsible for building their website. They might have another one for doing their paid search. They might have another company responsible for doing their remarketing, and they're all being managed in silos or in isolation of each other, which is kind of okay, but it's not really that effective, because if you do it that way, you would probably never do your behavioral or contextual marketing, because if you look at it in isolation, you won't get a positive ROI. And you'd say, well, I'm getting a much better ROI in paid search, so I'm going to put all my money in there. But actually, the holistic view of all of that is far more powerful. And the same for the website. If you've got the website and booking engine by one company and the paid search is being done by someone else, again, you lose the synergies and you lose the flow-through of that conversion funnel. So this is how we like to manage working with our clients, where we have a completely agnostic approach as to where that media budget should go, and we'll move it around and we put it in the places where we're seeing the best results. So at different times of year, depending on low seasons, high seasons, etc. So if you think about, I'm going to use Northern Europeans as an example because it's one I'm most familiar with, being one myself. It might be January times, as soon as Christmas is over, where you might want to put more money into this end of the business with the behavioral or contextual advertising, where people are at the early stages of planning their summer vacations. As they get through, and then as they get through to actually thinking about booking, then it might be an idea to move that budget across into the paid search areas. Working with one agency that's got a holistic view of that can move budgets around depending on where we're seeing the best results is going to give you the optimum performance. It all make good sense? My next slide tells me that I'm out of time, so it leads me to say thank you very much for your attention, and that's it. Does anyone have any questions? One more than Rashida.
Any questions, anyone? Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Jerome Wise.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it very much. Well, it's an hour after lunch. I think we all need to stand up right now. That's right. We need to stand up. Come on, stand up. I'll tell you what to do. Everyone's looking around confused. I thought this was a conference. Why are we standing up? Can't have. If you have sleepy looks on your face, you have to stand up. Right. So, right. Some people, good morning. Very good. Take your right hand. Take your right hand up like this, right? Other right. Right. Very good. You got it right? You just shake your right hand. Just shake it. Right. Now take your left hand. And you shake your left hand. Very simple. Now take your right leg. And you shake it. Come on, shake it. Take your left leg. And you shake both legs at the same time. Come on, both legs at the same time. And then you stick your butt out a little bit. And you shake it. Come on, you got to do the last part. Come on, all together. Shake it. Right, very good. Just shake hands with the person next to you and say, let's try and stay awake and sit back down. Shake hands with the person next to you, say, let's try and stay awake and sit down. Excellent. Well, our next session is about why blog about your destination, impact of blogging on your business. And to deliver this session to you, we have Sarah Matthews all the way from TripAdvisor. Now, Sarah is a senior sales manager for TripAdvisor, and she leads her team in the APAC region. So, on why blog about your destination, impact of blogging on your business. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause for Sarah Matthews?
I'm not sure why you guys all stood up, because is he implying that my presentation is going to put you guys to sleep? I hope not. Okay, since you've all been moving about, let's see a show of hands. Who is using TripAdvisor? For your holiday planning, I don't want to know about work. Cool. So you all know TripAdvisor? Do I need to tell you anything about TripAdvisor, or do you all know it and use it all the time? So I've got a very short time to cram in a lot of information, which may put you to sleep, but I'll try and wake you guys up. But I'm really here for one very selfish reason. My parents traveled extensively when I was a child, and I went with them everywhere, except for 2 trips. One was to Egypt, which I eventually did, so I forgave my parents. And the other trip they never took me on was their amazing holiday to Sri Lanka. So all I know is that arriving at midnight last night, I sent my dad an email with a rather rude hand gesture going, "I'm here, finally, after you denying my trip." So selfishly, I'm very excited to be here in Sri Lanka. So what I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is actually TripAdvisor. Not just about blogging, but really what the site is doing and giving you some information on booking and psychology of the traveler. So to kick things off, just to show you where TripAdvisor is at right now, can we play the video? Woo, I'm standing in front.
And then came the internet, and the vacation industry has never been the same. No better example than TripAdvisor.com, which went from a little startup to a now almost $9 billion business.
When we put that write a review button, people started clicking on it.
She's like a human TripAdvisor.
One look and you'll know why TripAdvisor said, "Ah, raccoons!"
大嘅旅遊搜尋網叫做TripAdvisor 啦，佢上一季嘅業績就已經連續4季好過預期啦，我哋睇下盤數啊。
The governor was on hand today to help TripAdvisor celebrate the groundbreaking of their new global headquarters.
The fact that they're putting even deeper roots here in Massachusetts and in this part of Massachusetts is important.
TripAdvisor recently celebrated its 100 millionth user review.
Should we book the trip? I'd say book the trip.
With 200 million visitors to the site every month. Now, Coffer wants to make TripAdvisor a one-stop shopping destination.
So, a little bit more about TripAdvisor. Now, quick show of hands again. How many of you are actually bloggers? Okay. How many of you are hoteliers? Okay. Restaurateurs? Tour ops? Attractions? Everybody else in the tourism industry. Cool. So a little information. Have we skipped a slide? Actually skipped a slide. Okay, never mind. What I wanted to show you really was our traffic right now. We're actually beyond the 280 million uniques we were receiving a month. We're now currently 350 million unique users using TripAdvisor globally every month. From 2013 at 100 million reviews and opinions, we're currently at 190 million reviews and opinions. And in terms of interaction and engagement, we're looking at about 115 reviews and opinions being uploaded per minute on TripAdvisor. So there's a lot of activity on the site. We've got 45 domains and we're growing, and we're at around 28 languages across the site. So the purpose of TripAdvisor really is to provide a community tool for travelers and for businesses. It's there to inspire, to give you inspiration as to where you should be going, what are you planning to do, and getting advice from other travelers. You then use the site to plan, book. I use the word book very loosely on TripAdvisor because there is still some confusion that we are not an OTA. Cannot actually book anything directly on TripAdvisor. We drive you off the site. Most importantly, whilst you're on the trip, you will actually also be using TripAdvisor, either on your mobile or your tablet or using your laptop. And then finally, in your return journey, you'll be sharing your stories. Now, even for you guys here, I mean, you know, one of the things I always talk about is, do you write reviews? Do you write about a great review of a restaurant that you had in downtown Colombo, for example? If you haven't, then please do so, because I'm always looking for advice. So one of the things, as I mentioned, the key numbers I wanted you to remember is 315 million users coming a month. 45% of that is mobile and tablet use. It's not just app, it's mobile, tablet, web, but across our users, 315, about 45% are using their mobile to do the research. And our app is downloaded 28 times per minute. What are they using when you're talking about in destination, right? So how many of you here have your mobile phone with you right now? Tablet? Oh, wait, hang on a minute, let's go back a quick. How many of you have your mobile phone, you're tweeting and Facebooking and checking your emails and doing your shopping? Come on, everybody's hands up. I've been doing it. Jeez. 5 hands going, yeah, we're the only 5 people using our mobile phone. Not true. How many of you wake up and you have to touch it? I'm like that. It's physically attached to me. I no longer can get it off my hand, right? Now, what we know about our users is when they travel, they don't just travel with their mobile phone. If you're going with your family or friends, you're most likely going to have 4 devices as a group. That's your laptop, your tablet, and your mobile phone. Another person may have their tablet or mobile phone. So thinking about that, let me ask you this. How many of you have a mobile tablet optimized website? Come on, I can see the hands going up a lot faster than that. Yeah, that's important, okay? You need to make sure that your content is mobile and tablet ready. For those of you who are hoteliers, you know, one of the exciting things is going to a hotel where you can check in using your mobile phone. Your mobile phone becomes your key. You swipe your room in. I mean, you know, I love checking in. It's always fun. I'm not sure if I love filling out a form at 1 a.m. in the morning, asking for practically everything under the sun. And it's a little bit like when you're traveling on a flight. I don't book a flight unless it's got a mobile app that I can have a mobile boarding pass. I really try and avoid airlines that I have to have a paper boarding pass, only because I'm a klutz and I'm usually the one who's rummaging around her enormous bag trying to find the boarding pass. So thinking about your product, if you're an attraction, do you have everything that's mobile ready? Is your information mobile? Can people download a guide and go around your museum using that guide on their mobile phone to experience your site? If not, you need to think a little bit about that. Why is that important? Because we know that travelers use their mobile 91% of the time whilst traveling. 45% are looking for restaurants. You know, I'm up for any suggestions that anybody has for dinner tonight or tomorrow night. I want to have something traditional. I don't want to have to walk miles. I'm not a walker, as you can tell. So that's the advice that I'm using TripAdvisor for, and I'm using my mobile for that, okay? We're also, what we know is 32% use it to read reviews, right? And reading reviews is really important. Reading blogs are really important. Both of those come into play when you're planning your holiday, isn't it? Or your business travel. 37% are looking for things to do, okay? That's also really important, right? I'm already here, I've already booked my trip, I know what I'm doing, but all of a sudden I fancy this. And for the ladies in the room, I'm always up for advice on where I can get a really good massage. So in terms of Asia Pacific, what are we seeing the Asia Pacific travelers do on mobile? And just to let you know that the information I'm showing here, a lot of it is on site. It's all from our survey called Trip Barometer. We ran 2 this year. It's the largest travel survey in the world, around 57 to 58,000 respondents of travelers do the survey. So one of the things we know is that 55% use their mobile phone to find their way around. Now, how many of you tried to use your mobile phone in a foreign country trying to find yourself, and then you come home and your bill is more expensive than the Bentley that you wanted to buy? That's a worry. The good thing about the TripAdvisor mobile app is you can download it. There's no roaming charges. There's no data being used because it's actually downloaded on your phone. But 42% are looking for restaurants. 35 are making reservations. So again, thinking about your business, whether or not you're mobile and tablet ready, and whether or not I can make that booking online is important. If I'm a tour op, can I book your tour for a half-day afternoon tour around Colombo online? Can I do it on my mobile phone? 35 are looking for things to do. Guys, I'm looking for that tip on that massage. And 30% are reading reviews, okay? 29% are looking for hotels. And then China. This is a big market. I came on a flight with a whole group of Chinese travelers. What are they using? Well, we know that 51% are using their desktop, 43% are using a mobile. That's a lot heavier than other markets in Asia Pacific, and certainly heavier than Europe. 6% are on tablets. So think about that if you're trying to attract the Chinese traveler. And what are they doing? 10% are using their mobile to book hotels, 67% use their mobile to find their ways, and 32% read reviews. So let's talk about Sri Lanka. So when I'm planning my travel and I go onto TripAdvisor, and we talk about, earlier we've had the path to purchase. I didn't have the slide because time is limited, but for example, if we look at someone like ComScore measuring the path to purchase, what we know is that travelers who come onto TripAdvisor, they haven't made their mind up. One of the ones I've gotten, I apologize if there's anybody from the US here, it was just an example we found, that there was a guy that they asked, who asked a question of, where is Singapore and Cambodia? This is an American guy who wasn't quite sure where Singapore was. Maybe a little bit of a geography lesson is needed, but there you go. And the interesting question there was, when he asked that question where Singapore and Cambodia was, within that research path, he came to TripAdvisor about 5 to 8 times. Depends per market, depends per audience, it depends what they're looking for. They'll end up going to Singapore Airlines, they'll look at the airport, they'll look at the destination website, but they haven't actually made their mind up. So just like we're looking at, if you're a blogger and you're reading about blogs, what are you looking for? You're looking for inspiration, aren't you? You're looking for advice, because that's what we want, right? We don't really want the glossy photograph of the hot girl or hot guy. You may want that photo, but you're not looking for inspiration there. You're looking for storytelling, right? You will know where's the best place for me to get the best jewelry. And I know this because my mother, when she came back from Sri Lanka about 30 years ago, came back with a lot of nice stuff. So I'm planning to do a bit of that kind of shopping. But you guys know best, and so I want your advice. And that's what other travelers are looking for. Advice from the audience, from you. Real people, real travelers. What we know is that 76% use TripAdvisor to research multiple destinations. They haven't made a decision, right? 40% end up booking a different destination to what they were originally planning. So why would I choose Sri Lanka over another destination? And that all comes down to content. What is your story, right? And that's not just the destination story. You will make up the destination story. Whether you're a hotel or a restaurant, a tour op or attraction, you will make up the story for the destination. So do keep that in mind. In terms of reach of online, for example, TripAdvisor features around 40% of online travel purchases around the globe. So when travelers are booking, we drive a lot of that traffic out to Expedia or Booking.com or Agoda or Orbitz, direct to airlines and direct to hotels as well. So travel attitude, I'm going to run through this really quickly, but what we know about the cycle of the traveler. Different things for different people, okay? My particular sector is I work only with destinations. I work only with tourism boards. And for me, the traveler cycle never ends, right? But for a hotel, your travel cycle will end at some point. It'll stop. There'll be a key time when they're actually making that final decision, or whether you're an attraction. Attraction's interesting as well. If you're a tour op, there's 2 ways of looking at it. One is that you will have that pre-journey planning, but post-journey you'll also have an opportunity there as well. I'm not going to run through this, but one of the things I always love is that 1 in 16 people use TripAdvisor in August globally in 2013. So in terms of inspiration, Word of mouth still plays a really big part. TripAdvisor is a big influencer and inspirational site. But also look at the other things. Word of mouth, right? Content generated by travelers on travel websites, bloggers, right? Plays a really important role because it's honesty, isn't it? It's what you're wanting. It's that person there is very similar to my taste. You're right. Earlier someone said, you know, if you're a luxury hotel, you don't want a backpacker to be promoting your hotel. It's the same as the reviews. It's the same as finding the right blog for you. I don't read every blog on fashion because, well, as much as I'd like to be a fashionista, my body isn't Heidi Klum. So there's no point me looking at some of those sites because it doesn't help me. It's a little bit like travel, right? I'm not a backpacker. I haven't done that for 100 years. So I'm more into the, you know, the other side of travel. I'm looking for something different. So you want to find the right person to tell you that story. But what you want is that honest truth, that honesty. Okay? Now, I always talk about this because it's a really big issue for me. Bloggers will probably agree with this 100%, and if they don't, then I'm be surprised why. Wi-Fi. It has to be free. It has to be everywhere. It has to be in your airport, the bus station, your museums, your attractions. It should be on the beach. Because I want to talk about it now. Why do we do it? Why do we Facebook? Seriously, and let's be honest, why is it you Facebook when you're having an amazing holiday or an amazing lunch or a spa? Does anybody other than real weird people say on Facebook, I'm having a massive argument with my husband? Those are weird people. But in general, we're really doing it because we want to show off, don't we? Right? That's the first thing I did when I got here last night. Guess where I am? Na, 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 na. I'm in Sri Lanka. You want to show off, right? So isn't that a great way for you to talk about it to your audience, who is everybody? I was recently in Wellington in New Zealand, and what was amazing to me was I was walking down the street to a restaurant. I asked the restaurant, hey, do you have Wi-Fi? He went, no. I went, oh. He goes, hang on. The entire street has free Wi-Fi. I could go anywhere I wanted on that street and tweet, Instagram, Facebook, TripAdvisor. I could do anything I wanted at that moment. You really need to think about that, and restaurants are a big one, okay? The amount of food photographs that go out, it's food porn, guys. I mean, people love it. I'm not always sure why, but seriously, people love it. So you need to think about that. If you're a restaurant, why do you not have free Wi-Fi? Are you worried about that one person who's going to be, you know, making Skype calls to the moon? Seriously, I wouldn't worry about that one person. Think about it as your business, you need to offer free Wi-Fi, okay? What are travelers looking for? Well, this says beach, culture, but this one is more interesting. Really what we're looking for is experiencing real culture, genuine, authenticity is the key. Through our surveys we've seen with our travelers is they want to look for experiences, unique experiences. Shopping is a great element, and even the Chinese travelers who love it, I'm not talking about tour groups, I'm talking about FITs, they love it, but what they're really looking for are authentic, original experiences that they can go home and talk about. It's the same for you guys, right? That's exactly what you want as travelers. So in our latest research, which is again online, you can have a look, it's the psychology of the TripAdvisor traveler. This was the other survey, Trip Barometer, as I mentioned. And 71% came back going, I'm looking to enhance their experiences, their perspective. Okay. And, you know, that's really what bloggers are doing, aren't they? They're telling you their experiences from their point of view. Why John is saying this is interesting, and why Jane is saying this is interesting because she's a single traveler, or he's a traveler with young children, or they've done this, or they've done that. That's really what they're doing. They're bringing their story direct to you, just as reviews on TripAdvisor do the same for you guys as well. What we know is that in general, globally, they're looking to enhance perspective. But if we break it down a little bit more, what we can see from travelers is that there are slight little differences, okay? I always find this one really interesting because, for example, it's not unusual that there was a gentleman from Germany here earlier. It's not unusual that the Germans, the Swiss, or the Austrians want order, but so do the Americans, for example. Malaysia sits really in between, you know, the excitement, the luxury, and the perspective. They're looking for a variety of things, okay? So what we know about our travelers, and if you want to think more about your business and how you can target your travelers a bit better or find a product that suits your clients a bit better, then use Trip Barometer because it's broken down per country. And you can find out exactly, look, if I am targeting the US traveler, if I am finding a product that works for them, what are they looking for that is vastly different, for, say, from a French traveler? And this one I just put in because I think it's kind of fun, is that, as we know, people don't just want to lounge by the pool, they want to crave unique experiences. What I loved about this one was 4% of Asians and Australasians are prompted to get engaged or married after a trip. I have to say, I travel a lot. That's not yet happened to me. I'm not in that category. I am waiting for him. I'm not sure where he is. He's clearly in another bracket somewhere. And most importantly, 32% of Asia Pacific travelers expand their diets. I certainly do that all the time to include new foods from their travel. So, just some information for you guys on your own destination. This is your content on TripAdvisor. Only you can tell me if this is accurate. I have no idea if this is accurate or not. One of the things I do know that is not accurate is that there cannot only be 848 things to do in the whole country. There simply cannot be. And it's free to get yourself listed, so make sure you're listed and add your things on. For those of you who don't know, I'll show you really quickly right now. But look at the forums as well. This is what people are asking questions about. How do I travel? What do I do if I've got a young family? Where can I go if I want to bring a baby? If I've got a disabled person traveling, okay? These are the top 15 destinations currently researching Sri Lanka on TripAdvisor. You'll see 35% is Sri Lankans. This is, when we measure stuff on TripAdvisor, we only measure by the IP address. We don't actually go around with the passport police and go and asking everybody knocking on the door going, hey, can you show me your nationality? We actually base it only on IP address. So what's interesting here is 35%. Tonight, when I go online and I'm searching for things to do in Sri Lanka, I make up that 35%. Have any of you thought about selling to me tonight? Not literally, but think about it. Although I'm up for the ideas for massage and good food. So do think about that in terms of your product and whether or not you're making sure that you're showcasing what you've got to a traveler whilst they're in destination. And then you've got UK, which is the big market, India, Germany, Australia, France, US, Russia, UAE, China, Italy, Japan, Singapore, the Netherlands, and the Ukraine. These are your top 15, okay? Only you will know if this matches your arrivals, whether it's your hotel. But think about it from TripAdvisor's point of view. This is the data we're seeing. 315 million users looking at, not all of them are looking at Sri Lanka, but this is the volume that we see looking at Sri Lanka. So just really quickly, I get asked this a lot of times. It's got nothing to do with blogging, I'm afraid, but I'll tell you anyways because I get asked the question, how do I improve my ranking on TripAdvisor? Okay, it's really simple. I can't tell you, okay? I can tell you 3 things that will influence it, but I cannot tell you the algorithm because it's like the Coca-Cola recipe. I don't even know it. I seriously don't. You can, you know, tie me up and beat me up, and I just don't know. I don't have it to know. It's TripAdvisor owned, but what we can tell you, there are 3 things that will influence your ranking, and only those 3 things. One is quality of the review. Doesn't help if you've got bad reviews. When was it last reviewed? Someone said to me, hey, I have an amazing review. I'm not #1 anymore. I said, oh, when was the review? Back in 2012. Okay, we work in the digital space. Things move quickly. So an old review won't help you. And the volume of reviews. These are 3 things that will influence, but doesn't make the only influence. It's not the only things that do it, but these are 3 things that you can bear in mind. Our average review rating is 4.12 out of 5. People actually don't scream and sit there writing about endless things they don't like. They really talk about things they love. Certainly that's what I do. I talk about amazing places I've been to. I also manage expectations. I recently went to a hotel that was huge. It had nearly 2,000 rooms, and it was very, very nice, very over the top decoration-wise. It was not my cup of tea. It will never be my cup of tea. I don't have children, and it was really a family-friendly hotel. There was screaming kids of around 4 to 5, and you know, unless they're my own nieces and nephews, I don't like them. I'll say it out loud. I'm proud to say that, okay? If you've got 50 of them screaming in your ear and you just want to get a coffee, I'm not a nice person at that point, okay? But I know what I like. So that's what I would write. I would say this is a hotel that's really family oriented. It's not if you're going there for a romantic weekend where you don't want children. That's not how it works. So on average, our review ratings are very high. What we know is that 93% of travelers say their booking decisions are impacted by reviews, okay? And 84% say an appropriate management response to a bad review improves my impression of a hotel. How many of you respond to reviews? Wow, not good. Come on, guys. Cornell University did a study for us. Management and responses are probably one of the things that travelers love reading, because it shows that you're genuine, and they love it. I mean, I always read managers' responses. They're vital to me. Now, if you copy and paste every day, then please don't do it, because you've got no sincerity. But tell a story. That's what you need to do. So here's a really good one. I love this lady. She works for a railway attraction in England. She's a little bit older. She's not that young. She does not come from the digital world. She probably comes from, you know, the stone tablet days. But what's interesting is she responds to reviews, whether they're negative or positive. She does both, and she always upsells, which is vital. Someone wrote a review. It was both a middle ground review with some complaints, but overall it was good. She acknowledges every key element within that review. If someone gives you the time and day to write the review, you should do them the courtesy of responding. But what she does is she upsells. She talks about how great her product is, and come back in December because we've got Thomas the Tank Engine Day that you can bring your grandchild to. It's a great way of writing that. So just really quickly to end off, 3 things that I think if you aren't blogging and you want to get blogging, then this will help you, is we've got TripWow, which is a slideshow that you can use. We've also got our Travel Pod, which is blogging for travelers. And this is our site from China. And so I mentioned really quickly, for those of you who are bloggers, one of the things we've noticed is that blogging in China is really popular, but the format of blogging is quite different from the rest of the world. They're really into very, very long, very detailed blogs. What we've done actually in China, we've worked with a number of bloggers in China. We've actually turned their blogs into PDF guides, just for the Chinese audience, because the Chinese audience are looking for something slightly different. So on that note, I've got apparently 5 minutes to spare, which I don't think that's actually true. But thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed it.
All right, so questions via Twitter, that's at hashtag TBCasia. The first question is, does TripAdvisor rate you down if guests write reviews from the same IP address?
No. So you're asking about your own hotel. So one of the things, there is a myth. It's not a myth. We have a very, very, it's quite a, well, it's a, you know, out of this world kind of system on looking at how we look at reviews. So if you have a hotel guest who stayed with you and you want to get them to write a review whilst they're in the hotel, we don't penalize you for that. We don't think it's a good practice though. That's what we don't think. We think it's actually more genuine if you let the traveler go home, mull over it, and then write the review. I mean, I personally don't like it if I'm asked, hey, there's my computer right on the front desk, can you write a review right now? And I'm like, man, I'm trying to get on a flight. Do you want to let me go? I think travelers respond a bit better to that. What we've also got is Review Express, where you can send in your guest list, emails, and we'll actually personalize an email template that goes out for you that will drive more reviews. So you're not penalized, but we do have detection things as well.
Right, next question. If I work for a hotel, can I post reviews for my properties?
No.
Well, to whoever tweeted that, no.
No.
Very good. What's the difference between TripAdvisor business listings and organically growing reviews for a property?
TripAdvisor Business Listings is a paid-for service. It's got nothing, it's not really to do with the reviews themselves, okay? I think that's something you need to separate. TripAdvisor Business Listings, that's not my department, so I am speaking not directly from them, and I might be not getting all the information accurate, but I will find out. For BL, that's our business listings team, they're really there is to get you an enhanced listing, right? So if you want to be able to drive the bookings directly, so it's more about bookings, not about reviews. Reviews have really about the travelers providing that, and about hotels, restaurants, and attractions. Let's not forget those two, and day tour ops as well. Day tours, can I just remind everybody, we don't do overnight tours on TripAdvisor right now.
Right, and this question I think you already answered it, but I'll ask it since it was tweeted several times. Can you please explain a bit more on the TripAdvisor rating scheme?
Yes, those three things, and only those three things. I can only tell you those three things. Look, really what it's about is we have an algorithm. It's proprietary owned. That's our system that we have. We do have three things that we can tell you on how to improve your ranking. But let's take you guys for an example. Let's use you. I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm going to tell you two things. You're going to choose between which one you believe. I, Sarah Matthews, are the most amazing woman on the face of the planet. There is no one better than me. You believe that? Or I'm going to say to you, I am the worst human on the face of the planet. Everything I say and do is just terrible. I should be shot. You're going to believe that? No. As humans, we don't take either extremes, do we? So what we know about TripAdvisor users is they don't come on the TripAdvisor site going, I'm going to take the best or the worst and just look at those. They take an aggregate, right? They're going to look at a variety of reviews. And most importantly, they're going to look at reviews that matter to them. So if I'm choosing a business holiday, oh, well, holiday, wrong word. If I'm choosing a business trip, my key requirements are, is there free Wi-Fi? How close am I from the airport? How close am I to my business meeting? That's what's going to be key for my business, right? If I'm on holiday, I'm going to be looking for reviews and properties that manage my expectations. So if I want a boutique hotel, I'm not going to look at a massive 2,000 bedroom property. So bear that in mind when you're thinking about reviews. Really think about yourself, and I think you'll change your perspective a little bit more.
Excellent, extremely insightful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Sarah Matthews, a senior sales manager for TripAdvisor. Fantastic. Our next session is on good digital reputation, great tangible revenue, driving sales through reputation management, and effective use of digital marketing. That's a lot of words. And to explain it is a fantastic gentleman. His name is Yunus Hamoumi from Revenate. I'll give you a small insight to Yunus Hamoumi. He's the Director of Strategic Operations in the Asia-Pacific region for Revenate, and his extensive understanding of the hospitality industry is not limited to CRS, GDS, and IDS. So lots of insight to be shared. Ladies and gentlemen, a session by Yunus Hamoumi.
Very good. Thank you so much. Very good. One thing to add to Sarah's comment, actually, she mentioned something really interesting, which is the TripAdvisor application. I would highly recommend to each one of you to download it, especially when you're going traveling across the globe, primarily because you can use it as an offline tool to guide you across the city. So technically, you don't need anything beyond that. And the best thing is it includes all the top 10 things that you can do within the city that you're visiting. It's really good insights. As mentioned, they work for Revenate, so what we do primarily is we analyze all the possible reviews across all the other channels, and we primarily deliver insights to the hospitality industry as to the things they should improve on a daily basis in terms of their operations and efficiency. So today, my core topic will be about online reviews, primarily as an organic content that is being generated by the different users. So you're going to be primarily spending money and investing on blogging, SEO, understanding exactly what's the balance between the two, SEO and SEM and pay-per-click. But what is really, really important is to understand where the digital landscape is taking you, specifically in terms of online reviews. These online reviews across all the different channels and across all the different studies have proven to be very, very valuable. Just to touch base on the history of reviews, primarily they started as sort of like a post-stay survey, guest stay at your hotel, and You send them a survey, they complete it, and that's about it. These are reviews. You were able to measure guest satisfaction. However, that is changing drastically, as we have seen from Sarah's slides, and also primarily from Mr. Jamali's slides, and also from Rajita. Everything is going digital, and content is being publicly published, and it's available to everyone, regardless whether it's a positive or negative review. Everyone is going to read it. That is the reason why online reviews are taking the shape of a critical component in terms of when a traveler decides to book your property. In fact, they're going to be going through a lot of stages, from selecting the destination to selecting the different properties. And primarily, you're going to be compared to, on an average, 7 properties on an average before they make a purchasing decision. But what is important to know is this feedback, which is available to everyone, is very, very important at that critical stage. So guest feedback overall has certain values to offer us. Whether it's a negative or positive, it's all up to you to create a specific balance. In terms of negative reviews, you are able to understand what are your limitations, what are the key complaints that you're getting from all the guests across all the different platforms. Doesn't include just a specific review sites. Now as we can see, online travel agencies, blogs, forums, and so on and so forth. So you really need to understand what are the things you suffer from the most, and understand how you can leverage on that to drive your operational efficiencies. Primarily, the other side of the story, which is the brighter side of the story, is the positive feedback. Positive feedbacks are always nice to have. Everyone is delighted to have them, and everyone is happy to have them. But we really, when we ask hoteliers across the different studies that we conduct internally with our clients, we ask them, do you really leverage on positive reviews? And they say yes. We actually try to broadcast them across the different social sites. But that's about it. They stop there. Nobody, or primarily very few people, do actually sit down and analyze their positive feedback. What are the things that are really core strengths for a property? Is it really the size of the room? Is it really the breakfast? Is it really the front desk team? Is it really the personnel? Is it the cuisine? What is it exactly? Very few, and that's really surprising, very few actually analyze that. So it is a balance between analyzing all the negative reviews and trying to understand what are the things you need to improve, and also at the same time leverage on your core competencies in terms of positive reviews and try to benchmark that against your competitors. Guest feedback also has another value, and when we say guest feedback, it's not traditionally guest feedback was just guest feedback is equal to surveys, and that's about it. Now guest feedback is not just surveys. Surveys is just one touch point. Guest feedback is everything that is being said about you, regardless. Guest feedback helps you to really understand who your consumers are. Just the fact of running specific analytics on different applications through likes and dislikes, you are able to profile that type of consumers. What age are they? Are they 30, 40, 50, 20, below 18? You don't want that. So you really understand who your consumers are. And then the second most important thing is obviously is to understand what is the primary reason they have chosen to come to you. That's a really core component. And most of the hotels primarily ask the question, did you book us through a travel agency, OTA, anything like that? But primarily nobody asks the core question, which can be based on an NPS score. Why did you choose us? Actually, very few ask that question. There are a number of studies, obviously, that are conducted by different industry colleagues, whether universities, TripAdvisor themselves, or eCornell, Focusrites. They all drive into one single conclusion. Word of mouth, online reviews, user-generated content is the king. Nobody really trusts anymore, or primarily very few trust what hotels are publishing, what travel agencies are publishing, anything that is being bought. Now it's about just what I think as an online consumer, for instance, or what others think, and that's what we call the organic content. Anything beyond that is not going to be just as trustworthy. So the focus is obviously on the end consumer. There is also another study that was conducted with TripAdvisor and eCornell. They both analyzed the key and the primary reason as to why user content is really important. And user content was in number 3. That was price is number 1, location is number 2, and then the third one is online reviews. Now, if you flip back a little tiny bit and you look at it, price, yes, you're not gonna, you're only gonna spend exactly what you can afford according to your budget. Location, after you identify the destination you're gonna go to, and after that, it boils down to the different properties. So between 7 and 8 properties you're gonna be compared. You have a lot of competitors in one region, and that's exactly when you need to step up and have positive reviews and have really something in place that really sets you apart of your competitors. So that's primarily the key findings. Another case study that was really interesting to look at is the Pennsylvania State University, where they were able to primarily identify that online reviews are very helpful, regardless whether they are positive or negative. And as Sarah mentioned, so long you are responding to reviews, obviously. So you have to keep that ongoing and constant engagements with the online user. It's not just about engaging bloggers to blog about your property and blog about your destinations and so on and so forth, but it's also at the same time attending to their concerns. And yesterday I had a meeting with all the GMs from Cinnamon Hotels, and one of them confirmed to me actually just yesterday that she said, we've had a number of clients who practically booked us through an OTA, Expedia, and she asked them a couple of questions, and they confirmed to her that it's because she responded to negative reviews. They realized that she's very attentive and she cares about the business, obviously. And that's one of the primary reasons why they booked that property, because they want to feel confident that if they have issues at the property, that you are able to attend to them. Very good. Another element that is really important, obviously, is part of your ongoing engagement with the online consumers is to listen to the overall sentiment. Now, this is a bit a tricky part, because you're able to identify negative reviews, you're able to identify positive and neutral ones, and so on and so forth. You know a little bit about your competitors. But the idea is, reading all the reviews, you're not able to quantify what is a qualitative data. It's very hard for you. You can read the reviews from last month, one by one, but if we were to ask you the question, do you know how many people did mention the word rooms, or quality of breakfast, or service, front desk? You might not be able to really identify that. Sentiment analysis really helps you to quantify that and really drill down into exactly what are the things that you do best, but most importantly, what are the things that you need to leverage on. There is what we call the ecosystem of guest satisfaction. It doesn't really go beyond anything that you don't know, but unfortunately enough, very, very few people actually really deep dive into this circle of ecosystem. It starts really simple by analyzing all the reviews and understanding your concerns and what are the things that you don't do well and what are the things that you do well. And at the same time, try to leverage on those informations, on those insights that you're getting. Try to action them. If there are things that you're constantly suffering from, whether it's staff issues, whether it's quality of the rooms, whether it's the timing that the breakfast ends, it's not at 11, it's probably at 10 o'clock, you need to take those insights really and try to action them. And the only way for you to really do that is primarily to tag a number, to tag a score to that mention. How many people do really talk about it? And how many people do mention it in a positive and negative way? That is exactly what you can do as well. We do have quite a number of clients who practically focus on their online reputation, i.e. try to gather all the data and focus on negative reviews instead of just reading the positive reviews. And one of them is the Jamieson Hotel, obviously, in Sydney. They were primarily just relying on guest feedback through surveys, but once they start listening to guests across the different channels and review sites like TripAdvisor and Ctrip and all the other channels, they were able to identify the core issues that they were suffering from. Why is it that they are not scoring so well across the different review sites, for instance? And based on that, they took the numbers really at heart and they tried to improve as much as they could. And they really managed that because they jumped from 54 to obviously 34 in a very short amount of time. And as Sarah mentioned, actually, you don't need more than the 3 factors
that she mentioned, which is the recency of the reviews, the quality of the reviews, and the number of the reviews that you get in. These three factors are way more than enough, actually. You don't need to drive into anything else. Just optimize your operational efficiencies by identifying exactly what are the things you're good at. Try to tag a specific number, not just to read the reviews, but try to quantify anything that you read so that you have a specific number that tells you, are you doing well or are you not doing well? That's very important. And in a way or another, you are automatically gonna improve your popularity ranking. In addition to this, one more thing that is also important is to try to respond to reviews across all the channels, because you don't know which channel is delivering the reservations for you based on reviews themselves. Yes, of course, from a revenue management perspective, you know exactly what channels you're dealing with and who you're giving your inventory, but basically you might not know exactly who is sending you a booking because of a positive review as well. We have also another example from the Okura Prestige in Bangkok. It's very simple, very basic. They started just to listen to sentiment, consumer sentiment. They took every possible review, they analyze it through the sentiment analysis, and primarily what happens is they were able to identify the things that they are good at and try to focus on them. Means commercialize them, whether it's the location, whether it's the fact that their competitors had the breakfast obviously only until 10 and they extended the breakfast until 12 on a Saturday and Sunday. So that's one thing that really people like so much. The fact that they didn't need to check in because everything was pre-arrival dossier. They sent a check-in online and then people checked in, didn't have to do anything. There are a lot of things that they were able to do based on consumers' feedback and based on reading the overall sentiment of their consumers as well. The power of everything together, primarily what the idea is, online reviews, guest satisfaction, blogging across all the sites, anything that is available organically, you didn't technically buy or wrote yourself, is not gonna come from just one single touch point. It's gonna come from multiple touch points. The complexity of all this is obviously pretty simple to identify. It's not just one department within a hotel. You have the operations team, primarily front desks. You have the general manager, you have the management team, you have the F&B, you have the revenue manager, you have the quality assurance manager, and so on and so forth. Do you really gather all those people together and sit in one table and try to focus on areas where you can improve as a property? Very few actually do that. All these numbers are scattered across the different departments. Each one is doing whatever he wants. I care about getting revenue. The other one, I care about having good people at the front desk. F&B focuses more on driving F&B revenue and so on and so forth. But when you ask them, do you really sit together and try to come up with one specific number that touches what we call the customer satisfaction? And each one of them, you get one basic answer, which is, yes, we measure guest satisfaction, but it's only across one channel, which is the survey. Everyone sends survey, you measure guest satisfaction, and that's about it, or you measure the NPS score, and that's about it. But actually, guest satisfaction doesn't just sit across the survey platform. It sits across all the different review sites. It sits across the review channels. It sits across the social media. You need to be constantly engaging those channels from different departments, but at the same time, sitting together. This sounds a bit, oh yeah, it's easy to do, but it's really, really hard to achieve. Actually, it's not. We have seen a number of cases where hotels really did that, primarily just simple. Sit down together, come up with one single number to achieve across the different platforms and see how they can increase their online reviews, for instance, popularity index, and they managed to do that. And one more important thing, obviously, is if you want to achieve that, of course, you cannot be using multiple platforms because the complexity starts to get really, really complex in itself. If you're using one survey product, for instance, while you're using a different provider for online reputation or any other platforms, you might not be able to take the numbers together and match them in a way that you come up with this single number that we just mentioned right now that is across all the different departments. It's going to be very hard. It's recommended to choose one single platform that provides you with the different number of solutions so that you are able to look at one single number. And one last thing also is, it sounds really obvious, but what we do see is properties that attend webinars, properties that really read white papers, articles from TripAdvisor, insights from the different universities like eCornell and Focusrite and Pennsylvania State Universities, and there is quite a large amount of them, even especially in Polytechnic University in Hong Kong. Those properties, they practically, without any doubts, they improve their operational efficiencies, which primarily is meant to drive revenue for your properties. Very good. Thank you so much. I'll be hanging in here.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Yunus Hammoumi. Well, it's time for an extended panel discussion, taking all the points that we discussed today, bringing it all together and letting you know what you can do with it in terms of sales and marketing. So the title of a panel discussion will be the role of blogging in sales and marketing for your business. And before I introduce the panelists, I'd like to mention that all the presentations today can be downloaded at TBCasia.com. And once again, a reminder that you can tweet your questions with the hashtag TBCasia. Right, so we will have another chair up here, and I'll introduce our panelists for the session. For this session, we will have from TripAdvisor, as you heard earlier, Sarah Matthews. From 4BGB, we'll have Sarah Wines. From the PTBA, we'll have the chairman of the PTBA, Craig Martin. And from the Cinnamon Hotels and Resorts Group, the head of brand marketing, Mr. Dilip Mudadenya. And a small side note, the concept as well as the execution for the event, Mr. Mudadenya was the brain. It was his concept, and it was executed by his team, so mentioned out there. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Desta Kasim, the editor of the Daily FT, the highest circulated English daily in Sri Lanka. So ladies and gentlemen, just give us a couple of minutes to get the seating set up sorted, and we will have a panel discussion on the role of blogging in sales and marketing for your business. Ladies and gentlemen, we have several panelists who are joining us from the other track, and the bloggers track isn't over yet. It'll be over in a couple of minutes. I've just been informed. Just stick around, don't go anywhere. The session will start, the panel discussion will start in a few minutes. We're waiting on a couple of panelists from the other side.
Captured effortlessly, that's the way it was. Happened so naturally, I did not know it was love. The next thing I felt was you, holding me close. What was I gonna do? I let myself go, and now we're flying through the stars. I hope this night will last forever. Oh, oh, oh. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the bloggers are done and our session's about to get underway. When they come in, it's going to be a little tight until we open out both halls for our next session, so please bear with how tight the room will be. I'll introduce our panelists one more time as they make their way to the stage. So from TripAdvisor, we have Sarah Matthews. From 4BGB, we have Sarah Wines. We have the chairman of the PTBA, Craig Martin, Mr. Dilip Mudadenia, the head of brand marketing for Cinnamon Hotels and Resorts. And of course, the session of the role of blogging in sales and marketing for your business will be moderated by the editor of the Daily FT, Mr. Nisthar Qasim. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for our panelists on the role of blogging in sales and marketing for your business.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the wrap-up session, and I'm very impressed to see a full house. So that means the day so far has been very productive. As a prelude, I would say that what started off as a passion to many, blogging has become a big industry. I still believe blogging remains a passion even as of today. And for the businesses, if blogging is providing consumers a dire need, that is authentic information and experience, it's time that businesses embrace the medium of blogging, engage the bloggers. And here today we will discuss how business can benefit, marketing and sales function can benefit from blogging. The event so far has really produced enough activity on Twitter with over 6 million or around 3 million impressions, and I'm sure more will be added as we go along. So I'd like to start off with Dilip as to what went into the minds of Cinnamon in organizing this first ever event in Asia.
Well, today, whether you are a brand or a person, there's something which matters to you. It's the reputation. Reputation matters to personally, as a person, or a country, or a brand. The reason is that the brands or the countries with good reputation tend to do well, and that's the equation that we can go on discussing. So in that case, how do you get the reputation? So there are two ways. Either you buy reputation or you earn reputation. Buying the reputation is a very costly, very costly, sometimes not that effective. You need to sort of advertising and really has not really produced results in the last 5 years. But the best way is actually more sustainable way is earning reputation. So earning reputation means that you need to be credible. So you need to find something in terms of a strategic framework, something which gives you that credibility. So the reason number one is that we were looking for something which gives us credibility for the destination and for the brand and for everyone who's involved in it. And the number two is marketing is evolving subject. It's evolving on daily basis. We need to come up with some what we call innovative marketing ideas. So the blogging conference or this whole event actually came in. Second reason is because of the innovation that we need to drive within the marketing fraternity.
Thanks, Dilip. I'd like to move on to Craig. You were a key initiator of this. I think there are a lot of insights shared, but how can bloggers stay relevant given the business needs keeps changing, the environment remains dynamic? What would be your take on that?
Sure. Well, if you look at the people around you today, you'll find that they aren't just bloggers. They're storytellers and they're building platforms of influence across multiple different networks. And so even though the technology or the mediums might change over time, even as things become fashionable and unfashionable, you'll find that the story and the influence that you as a brand are trying to tell remains consistent. And so it doesn't matter what platform that story is told on, as long as it's a platform that's connecting your brand with the people that you'd like to introduce it to. And so as you ask about the changing business, the changing industry, well, that's life, isn't it? Life would be boring if it didn't change. But you'll find that stories are engaging ways. They're shortcuts into people's emotions. And if you can fire people's emotions, then you can make them interested in the experiences and products that you're offering.
Fine. Thanks, Greg. Sarah, I'll come to you. One objective is how to make brands and bloggers converge in terms of trying to reach the best fit. What would be the best? What should companies look at in trying to look for that best storyteller?
At the end of the day, they need to do their research is the key thing that I would say. You're not going to be able to just magically find the person just because they'll pop out of the blue. You actually need to look at things like Twitter and Facebook, see who's talking about the kind of things that are important to you. So if you're an adventure travel company, look and see who's talking about adventure travel. Then go onto their blog, their website, take a look a little bit more in depth about how they're talking about it, whether or not they're talking about it in a way that fits with what you, yourself as a brand, want to promote, want to get out of it. After that, start talking to them, start the conversation. You can't expect them always to come to you, just as they can't expect us always to go to them. If you're wanting to find the best fit, you need to go out there and talk to them. But at the same time, when you do start having these conversations, you really must look at or ask them for demographics, etc. They've got lots of information at the back of their websites that they can give you. And again, if you are a brand who is interested in talking to the UK consumer, well, there's no point in, no matter how great their blog is and how much it fits, it's no point talking to somebody who's got predominantly a US audience base, because you're not going to be talking to the right people at the end of the day. So yeah, you've got to do your research. It's basically my quick answer to that one.
And just a supplementary question, research, should it be companies doing it, or should they outsource an expert to find the right bloggers or the right medium?
Again, it depends on the company. I'm sure there are lots of you who are small companies who don't have the resource to be able to hire a PR company or hire a SEO company, depending on what you're wanting to use the bloggers predominantly for, to be able to do that. In which case, yes, hopefully there would be someone who is in charge of marketing within the company who can do this as part of their project. At the same time, there are lots of companies out there, like myself, for communications, but many others who have the expertise there and who are able to guide you in that process. And again, if you're wanting more of just a general guide to how to do your social media, how to do your own blogs internally, sometimes these bloggers will be the people that you can ask for advice on that kind of thing as well, or employ on that side. Lots of them, basically, they are experts in social media and blogging, and you can engage them in that way as well.
Fine, thanks. Sarah, to you finally, in terms of how can the return on investment from firms on this initiative can be improved, and simply how can business really leverage using bloggers and storytelling?
It's a long answer. I'm trying to find a quick answer so we can all have a cup of tea. Return on investment is always a hard question to answer, isn't it? Because what do we determine by investment? If you're from a tourism organisation, what's the investment? You make no bookings. If you're a hotel, what are you measuring? Bookings, overnights, of course. But if we talk about reputation management and working with bloggers, how do you measure that, really? I think measurements are tricky. Return on investment and return on objectives are tricky ones to answer. I think it's what you get out of it in terms of, if you've brought bloggers out here, have they told your story? I think that's really the key. Have they felt your vibe? Much like, we talk about writing reviews on TripAdvisor, what we're looking at is that authenticity, and for the managers of a hotel or a restaurant to respond by giving a story, a unique story. I mean, you've all had a fascinating day. I can't speak for other people, but I'm pretty sure if I quizzed you right now on all the data and numbers I gave you this afternoon, none of you would remember. But you probably all remember the fact that I've been asking for where I can get a massage from, and not from any of you. So it's really about the story that people want. So I think if you can get a great story out of it, that is passed to other people, and then that's retold, then that's your return on investment, I would imagine.
Dilip, just you have pursued this option. I mean, what has been your experience? You have invested in some of the initiatives?
Yeah, what we do is, our model is very simple. We actually try to develop our own models in ROI calculations. So we have quantitative and qualitative. I think Lawrence was talking about it. So before we actually embarked on such an operation, we look at what is our primary objective. So the objective is that, when we're looking at the type of investment that we're going to make in the country, as well as in the future, what kind of a profiling that is required. So we need to drive the reputation towards certain direction. So we actively get involved in that. That's one of the objectives. Second thing is actually, if you look at a quantitative figure in terms of value of the publicity, that we can actually come to a figure into that. Now the third question is how much of this actually have turned into actual sales. Now selling is basically a process. If you look at it from an awareness level to action level, there are 7 stages that people can look at in travel and tourism we go through. So this will give you, from awareness level to action, create a sense of urgency. That's what is important. So sense of urgency is something you can drive through these programs, and it will give us overall evaluation after a couple of years. But as Sarah said that, if you look at it, we spend A and then this is what's going to give it, you can't go into that. Sometimes finer things in life, you can't put a quantitative figure.
Thanks. Anybody in the audience who can share some experience in terms of return on investment, even in a small way, where you were surprised with the initiatives taken? I like this forum to be very interactive, so this is your last half an hour in terms of sharing some of your experiences. Anyone like to?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It's actually not on return on investment. I fear that question quite often when I'm asked to justify things. What I was going to ask was, for the hoteliers or restaurants in here, when you're responding to reviews, is there one person who does it, or do you have a group of people who do it? The reason why I ask is, if we take a blogger, for example, you've invited a blogger who's just an avid foodie, for example. Who organises the trip? Who suggests the itinerary? Does the chef get involved? Do you ask local foodies? Do you ask local, people who do the shopping in the local market for the fresh produce? It's the same question I'm going to in terms of the hotel. If someone's written a review about housekeeping, who manages the response? The general manager? Or is it someone from housekeeping? I think if we're talking about authenticity, that's a great way of keeping it authentic, getting the person who's involved, getting that person who's relevant. If someone's an adventure traveller, then the last thing you want is someone like me showing them around when all I want to do is go to the spa, which I think in itself is an adventure. But I'm not going to go bungee jumping with them. But I'm just curious to know about that from the audience. Yes. Woohoo! We love that.
And so yeah, I told them the important, as you said, because especially the negative ones, it's really, really important that we even apologize. And I somehow do it, but not as constantly, but since this we'll try to do it. But as a whole we do it. That's how we do it.
Cool, thank you. I was just going back to your point about research, and that in itself is actually what you're looking at, isn't it?
It is.
Finding the right blogger to do the right
thing.
Yeah.
And it's the same, this is not to do with, reviews and who's replying, but it's the same, you were talking about putting together the press trips. When I'm putting together a blog trip, I'll start with my ideas and what I know that the client wants to talk about, but then the client will then go to, if it's a foodie trip, the chef will then suggest some ideas, this market to go to, or whatever it happens to be, and make sure that the right people are giving the best possible ideas at the same time, because the PR person can't know everything. Much as we try, we can't. And it also goes back to something I was saying earlier about using local knowledge as well. And with social media and with bloggers, that's actually an easy thing to do. People love being ambassadors for their own town. The majority of people, they just really want to talk about it and show them all the little places that they can go to that a tourist wouldn't necessarily know anything about. And at the same time, you talk to anyone from blogger to the traditional media, right through to the consumer. What everyone wants to know about is how to come and visit a destination as a local. It's really important. So, yeah, I think you all need to make sure that is encompassed in what you're doing.
And I think we've really seen that on this trip in Sri Lanka. The amount of feedback I've got from individuals with, just people on the ground. They're seeing something go up on Google+, they're seeing something go up on Twitter or on Facebook, and they're really engaging. The amount of times I've been told, oh, you must go here. If you're here, you have to go here next. I know other people have been recommended local restaurants and other local attractions to go and see. And so all of that information is available and being filtered through on all of these different channels. And it's a valuable point of research for you as a business to see what other people in the area are recommending that maybe aren't to do with your brand, but something that adds to the experience of the destination.
And Sarah had one more question about when a blogger comes, who arranges. Anyone in the audience who have had an experience where they invited the blogger and how did it go? I mean, were there any issues? Anyone? I'll come back to you. Anyone from there who has really experienced what we have been talking all day? So we have to assume that you haven't invited a single blogger. Come, share your experience so that rest would also understand.
Hands up.
Yes. How many have actually invited on their own? Harness the blogging community. 1, 2, 3. Only 3. Okay. Can you just tell?
Unfortunately, we didn't know the insight that we got today. So at that time, we were like, searching in the dark. So the invitation came, so we accepted. But end of the day, we realized that it is the followers, the number that they had in the blog. It's not really true, or maybe they had the numbers, but they are not the real followers. So it didn't really work well for us. So it is kind of a negative thing, but now we know why and how it happens.
Craig, I think you need to answer that response to that. But there was one more person who, can I share your experience? Craig, how would you, I know they're the good boys and the bad boys. How can companies make sure that the invitation they send out is to a credible group or an individual?
Yeah, that's a very important question to ask, and it's one of the reasons that the Professional Travel Bloggers Association was founded. Of course, you're always going to have things that work and things that don't work. That's the experience of business. But we're aiming to help bridge that gap a little bit. If you become a member of the PTBA as an industry person, you get access to a database of our members. You know that these people have signed up to a code of ethics, and that code of ethics is available on the website. So you can read it and make sure that aligns with your values. You can then go through and within our analytics dashboard, you can search for bloggers. You can see their traffic numbers and their following across various platforms like Instagram, Facebook, G+, and Twitter and so on. And then you can actually filter people by that. So you might say, I'm only interested with people with an Instagram following of over 50,000. Great. Within a couple of clicks, you can pull up a listing of those people. So if you want to target a specific platform. When it comes to how accurate those numbers are, we pull them straight from the API of the services themselves. So whatever Google Analytics is reporting is exactly what's being reported in our statistics dashboard. So that gives you an opportunity to say, this person's contacted me and they've asked for X, Y, and Z in return for something, if they're a member of the PTBA, at least you know they've signed up to a code of ethics, so they're likely to deliver on that. And also you can go behind the scenes and check that the numbers that they're telling you about are actually what's being reported on the back end. In a wider case, if they're not a PTBA member, then you're really looking at a whole lot of technical magic, which is very time consuming to go and individually check each platform. And there's no accurate way to understand someone's blog stats. There are services like Alexa or SimilarWeb which do a very bad job of trying to replicate that. They're trying, but they're so inaccurate. And so you're really having to create trust with that person. And but yeah, if you don't have trust, what are you doing working together anyway?
Thanks, Greg. Sarah, just I saw you highlighted some of your TripAdvisor success. Going forward in the next 5 to 10 years, where would you see destination decisions on holidays being made, either via blogging or on social media? I mean, you feel that that will dominate, if not already? Travel decisions, people traveling, making decisions influenced by blogs. You think that's the tendency is rising?
I think anywhere where travelers can get authentic stories is where they get influenced. We know that influence comes a lot online. See, that's not just TripAdvisor, but certainly across all of the digital spectrum, but also from friends and family. I mean, that still plays a huge influence in where we go on holiday. You come back from a great trip, you bore your friends and family with photographs, and then they start asking you questions. So I think that will continue because we want, you know, honest advice that suits each traveler's needs. And we don't know each other, so you don't know the type of holiday I would like, whereas, you know, my sister would know and she'd advocate a certain type of holiday. And in terms of where TripAdvisor's going, and I think that was one of the questions, I get asked that a lot. I don't know, I'm not in our CEO's head, but where we have always gone is where the consumer takes us. So as our journey evolves, I mean, with our mobile app, for example, we've evolved even more now. We've got 300 downloadable city guides that doesn't require a roaming charge, so you've got information on hand when you're in destination. And we'll continue to do that over time. Just wherever you guys take us, we'll go there.
I saw a stat the other day that said that 70% of people, before making any kind of purchase, this was in the UK, I think, will go and look at a review, whether or not it be going to a restaurant or buying a toaster. Whatever it is, they will go back, check online and see what other people are saying about it. So I think whether it be TripAdvisor or the Argos website or a blog, reviews of any kind will become more and more important.
Well, even the NHS has it.
Yeah.
You can actually review doctors on the British National Health System, which is always interesting. So,
but yeah, I went on there to check about
so
my
you can
doctor
actually
and
go.
change
I mean,
where I was.
that's what we do nowadays. Is that with the, I don't know the stat, but essentially we're brand overloaded nowadays. There's just so much information out there, and it's all glossy, it's all sexy, it all looks amazing. It's all value for money. So how do you decide? And I think where you decide is where you get advice, and it's reputation management, which I think is what it comes down to.
Dilip, you might be able to, I also want the panel to share the insights. There's this tendency that for firms to first track the online bookings before trying to be more socially active. The level of online bookings in Sri Lanka is not so great, still evolving. Some are not even ready. How would the industry handle this challenge?
Well, I think what we need to understand is whether we like it or not, traditional model is changing. So I'm sure that a lot of DMCs here would not agree with me. The role of the traditional DMC is changed already, and it's a dying business. Unless and until you go and reinvent yourself, create that value addition, that model is going to die sooner or later. Being an investor in the hotels, what we like to see is where the yield is coming from. And currently, I think most of the hotels are ranging from 30-35% on the online. But our objective is to drive something 40-45 on our website. So when we say online, that also includes OTA. Now, OTA is not really, I wouldn't say it's an alternative to DMC, but it has high commission level coming into play. But of course, we need to look at pluses and minuses in it. But since this change is taking place, the distribution is changing place, people are looking for more personalized travel. And the hotels will have to come forward and create those experiences and somewhat taking into the business of DMC. I'm not saying that they will get into transport, etc. But this creation of experiences is a must. So therefore, I think that distribution change in the whole travel and tourism industry should be taken into consideration. And the future travel, if you look at it, the millennium traveler who's going to go in there will certainly, I mean, a guy who's born in Apple era will certainly want, I won't see him going to a travel agency and try and see whether I want to go there and will you book me. So it's, we need to actually embrace that change. We'll go more than 2.5 million. And in that context, we need to sort of make sure that we are ready for that.
Have you experienced where some companies on the issue about online booking versus in terms of investing on this?
I think it sounds like we in the UK are a lot further along the line. I think the majority of bookings come for most things online these days. No one in the UK wants to pick up the phone and talk to anybody. It's like, oh no, just going to do it online. But my advice to you is that this will happen, I'm sure, in Sri Lanka. It might not be quite there yet, but it's coming. And it's much better to be leading the field and to be the first ones to have the technology and to be digitally savvy rather than running to catch up, because you can never properly catch up with the people who are there at the beginning. They've always got a head start on you. So I think it's great that Cinnamon are doing things like this and really, looking to the future, basically.
And even if the level of trust or technology isn't there to be making the booking online, the people are coming into the sales funnel. They're meeting your brand for the first time through online pathways and channels. So even if you're not going, oh, this person visited my website 5 minutes ago and now they've made a booking, just because they're picking up the phone to make the booking or walking to the travel agent to make the booking does not mean they're not influenced by the stories and brand touches that they see online. And so I think that's an important thing, even if you can't, take a marker pen on the billboard and draw the line, that's still where the influence is being generated.
I mean, the UNWTO says that travel is planned, booked online, 80% of it globally. I think you'll have different markets that use different tools. Japan, for example, is still quite traditional in that sense. The planning and researching is done online. Booking itself may be done through a travel agent. China, again, two really diverse travel groups. You've got the groups themselves who will book through a travel agent, and then you've got FITs that do it online. So I think you've also got to identify for your business where is your traffic and business coming from, and therefore fit that model. But I agree, the distribution channel is online. In the UK, you mentioned 70%. For TripAdvisor, it's over 50% that UK travellers use TripAdvisor to plan their holidays. So you need to think about your product, where you're located in the digital spectrum, so that you can give the travellers the right tool for them to plan and book. And harping on this topic I mentioned earlier, if you don't offer free Wi-Fi, you're going to lose out a little bit there. So it's really just for me. I'm only doing this because I travel extensively and I'm just very selfish and I want free Wi-Fi everywhere I go.
Thanks, Sarah. Any questions from the audience? Yes, okay.
We understand that sales is a process, right? So if you look at your conversion funnel, blogging probably would sit at the top of the funnel, right? And if you can plot how your consumers drop through the funnel, and you can probably attribute the value that blogging gives you, right? Do you agree or disagree? So that you can actually calculate ROI based on the blogging traffic that comes to your site.
Well, I can't answer this from a blogging perspective because I'm not a blogger. I work for TripAdvisor. My background is in a tourism board. You're ex-tourism board as well. So ROI is a nightmare question for tourism boards because we sell nothing. How many of you have seen a booking done on the Sri Lankan Tourism Board website? So my problem with ROI is that it's a really hard question to answer when you sell nothing. I agree that the purchase funnel is, you know, you've got different levels, right? So it's very different. Like if you're looking at a blogger, is it always that high? Maybe it's further down the funnel. I don't know. I'm not, and it'll depend on each blogger, no? It'll depend on their engagement level, right? If they've got an audience that's very engaged with them and they're much further down the funnel, it's like social media. That's the same principle. If you see something on Facebook, how many of you have seen a holiday, a friend who's been on holiday to Sri Lanka, or let's take the US? Are you going to go out and book that night your trip to the Grand Canyon because you've just seen them go there? You're not. It's much further up in the purchase funnel, but it's planted a seed. It's inspiration, right? So I think the question there is, how can you measure that seed? It'll grow, sure, but when will it grow? When is it going to convert? So I think there's different levels. I would probably calculate that on ROO and probably not directly on ROI, because the true meaning of ROI is I paid this, I got this. And I think for certain things in the digital spectrum, it's not there. It's a little bit like, you know, press. I mean, when we used to send journalists on fam trips, we calculate it by going AVE, which is basically I measured this, I measured this, I measured this. But the influence was much higher. So it's not a true calculation. But unfortunately, ROI is a tricky one with me.
Any more questions or clarifications? You got a panel? Yes.
I'd love to hear the answer to that question from bloggers as well. I mean, I don't really hear much about you being able to figure out how much traffic you've driven, how many bookings you've driven from the blog, when conceivably there could be a way of doing so. Is there a reason why that's not happening?
Sure. Well, as you would have heard in Dave and Deb's keynote this morning, they had a great case study about a tour that had almost never been booked in the history of the product existing, and they've almost single-handedly filled it twice over. That's a wonderful case study, but that's really on the leading edge of what goes on. You can look at things like your overall volume in the seasons following, or for the seasons that you've planned. You also have to remember that people don't book trips like that, especially in countries where they're affluent but have short vacation times. There's so much cultural value in the trip that they do. They get one chance for 5 to 10 days once a year, once every 2 years, to be able to do this. And so the work that you're doing today might not actually bear fruit for 10 years, 15 years down the track. But that's the work that Sri Lanka needs to be doing. And I know that the Tourism Board has their goals, you know, and their estimates in growing the tourism sector. And so the inspiration, the storytelling, the changing of perspectives is really where I think Sri Lanka is directly in this cycle. However,
yes, I think.
Sorry, I'm just getting hands put up at the corner here. Okay, yeah. Oh, all right. And so there's that. In terms of direct tracking, you can give a blogger a tracking link using Google tracking tools, just using the link manager there, and ask them to use that tag everywhere that they put that link. So you're not going to be able to track the brand mentions. Well, you can using PR tools. Maybe you can talk a little bit more, but that's all that reputation management software to see brand mentions and things like that. You're able to track direct click-throughs through your standard analytical tools. You can use affiliate programs, so bloggers are getting a cut on sales, and that narrows it down the sales funnel. But someone who works, you know, has 2 million followers and works to inspire people, maybe aren't going to make that many bookings for you. but you're not going to be complaining about 2 million people seeing your brand and having a positive experience of your story. So different people work at different levels.
Did you wanted to make something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say that it's important that you work in conjunction. The reason that we had such a huge reach was that Ontario Tourism, they leveraged us a lot as well. So because we worked together, that's why it could work so well. It wasn't just us putting up a blog post and then everyone booked. It was them believing us enough to go and speak, to put us on TV, to put us, in our interviews, as well as our blog as well. So I just wanted to say, it's important when you're working with the bloggers to do everything Craig said about the trackable links and about the hashtag, the unique hashtag. And I'm not talking about just visit Thailand or visit Sri Lanka or something like that. I'm thinking about, we always had something like the Planet D Ontario, like something like that. So anyway, I wanted to just clarify. It wasn't like just, it's a collaboration all the time.
That's a great clarification, yeah. If you bring on a blogger to do something for you, to create some content for you, and you go, okay, here you go, off you go, have fun, that's great. But then if in this example, if your brands and your friends that will also generate revenue or generate brand, they should be retweeting that content on Twitter. They should be sharing that on Facebook. They should be picking up photos and sharing that. And so you create not quite an echo chamber, but you create resonance and synergy. The brands that work best, like Deb was just saying, there's press mentions, there's big social media support from the brand channel. It's not just the blogger doing their own thing in a silo.
Any more? Yeah.
Hi, I just want to add to the point that Craig's making is, so for example, with my audience, I'll tell them about Sri Lanka when I go back, but a lot of them will say, I'm going on vacation in 6 months in Asia, where can I go? And I'll go, oh, Sri Lanka is a great destination. And they'll do research on that. So I could get, if I do links that could say, it's like, my site, which is fastbrider.com/say cinnamon, for example. And I can track that and tell you how many people went over and looked at the cinnamon site. Now, you probably won't know if that person that I sent actually booked, but then they now know about the brands that you have. So sometimes I know that you need the hotel rooms to be booked, but you also, I think in Sri Lanka's case, it's a lot of education and trying to change people's mindsets. So think about that instead of like the raw numbers. I don't know if that helps any.
I think it's also worth pointing out that before you do any of this kind of blogger work, more in-depth digital work, you need to make sure that your websites themselves are up to scratch. There is no point in sending somebody to your website and then they find that it looks old and dated, the photos don't do anything justice, because they'll just go, and turn off immediately. You've got to draw them in. So there is also an onus on you to take that link, to take that lead, and to make it work, to turn it into a booking.
So one research actually that was done in post-war, it's interesting phenomenon. There were about 10 countries that I think at that time Sri Lanka Tourism did the research. From UK, if I remember right, Sri Lanka had almost 97% awareness as a tourism destination. So from awareness level, when it comes down to intention to travel, it came down to about 76%, still high. From 76% to really the purchasing of travel this year, within a year, that came down to 2%. So what is important is that from awareness to intention to travel to purchase, there is a big gap. So there are 4 or 5 things that you should do in between. These blogging conferences, etc., can create that sense of urgency, but the list of activities that you need to do need to focus on where the people are in the purchase cycle, and that will give you the results, and the metrics to sort of your ROI needs to be based on where the consumer is in the total cycle.
I think that goes back to the original point. You know, how many of you actually have your digital strategy prepared, the research? I mean, I think you made a really excellent point. People, I used to work in the London office and I had lots of annual leave. I now work out of the Hong Kong office. I have a lot less. So you need to be aware of your audience, that if you're a UK traveller, you might have 28 to 30 days of annual leave. They're always going to do 2 to 3 city breaks. They've got 2 long trips. One of them will always be somewhere that offers them cheap sun. You're never going to beat that. That's just a given for the UK market. You look at the French market, I don't know how many days of annual leave. My French colleagues seem to be always on annual leave. So, you know, slight difference. But, you know, from Hong Kong, for example, we only have 14 to 18 days. So you've really got to be aware of your market differences and the spend level of each of them as well. So I think really, that for me is the biggest thing. How many of you have a digital strategy? How many of you put that in place? Have you done the research? Are you aware of your markets? Which ones are your markets you should be targeting? Is your website, are your products ready? Are your team ready? And if not, to any of those things, you need to work on that before doing anything else, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Mary Ellen Ward, and my blog is Breathe, Dream, Go. And I just wanted to add to something that you had said, actually both of you, Sarah, about making sure your digital assets are up to scratch. This is something that bloggers can actually help industry with, because we have the skills and the expertise in different areas. So this is something that could become part of the, you know, the whole engagement in the package. And I just want to put that idea out there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, actually, about you've got this expertise and you need to use it.
Yeah, interesting observation. I just want to ask a question from the audience as to how many people really follow bloggers? I'm talking about the tourism industry, the destination marketing companies. Do you really follow, for you to start something on the same medium, do you really follow actively bloggers? Only got few hands. Okay. Let's hope that you'll start following or picking a few good ones from tomorrow at least, so that you will believe, you'll see what a blogger could really do for your brand in return if you do hire them. Any more questions before we wrap up? Okay. Craig, I just wanted to ask you, what would be your key take from today's proceedings from the conference?
Oh, wow. Talk about being put on the spot, right? I wish you asked someone else that first. I think in coming here and being here today, I've obviously picked up dozens of takeaway points that I can apply to my own business and also apply to the PTBA for us to help improve things there. But what I've loved most about today is your willingness, Sri Lankan industry people, your willingness to come here and begin to engage in this discussion. And it's not a short-term fix. I was talking to someone over coffee earlier and saying, you're not going to give someone some money and bring them in for a week and all of your marketing problems are going to be solved. It's a long-term engagement. It's a long-term brand investment in working with this industry, with digital storytelling and content marketing. And so consider this as your next step in that journey and begin to work on those digital assets, as we spoke about before, your digital strategy, and engage bloggers. We live and die on whether our digital content succeeds or doesn't. So even though you know, we don't have brand titles like SEO manager or you know, performance analysis, all of the bloggers here know how that works, and we know the tourism industry intimately. And so wherever you are along that journey, thank you for coming, and I hope that this has been a big step forward. I look forward to many more.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks, Craig. Sarah, what would be your key take from this conference?
Yeah, again, a hard one to answer in a quick
Yeah, but
sentence.
you had an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm getting there. I would say that You've got a lot of content out there from bloggers already. So use that content, co-curate your content, do the research, start working on a digital plan, and just go online.
Sarah, what about you?
For me, remember it's a combined effort. It's collaborative. It's not just about the bloggers doing their thing or the bloggers coming to you or you going to the bloggers. It should be you working together, taking their great content and making it work for you. You can't just sort of see it as a project that should be left alone. You need to engage and really build those relationships.
Dilip, your question would be basically what would be the future of TBC Asia? I mean, based on the first one.
Question is, are we going to do it next year? Yes. Second question is, how are we going to do it? We'll announce that at ITB Berlin next year. Is this going to be same scale? The answer is no. It's going to be something smaller? No. It's going to be bigger than this.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We need to give a round of applause to the panelists here for sharing the experience. And thank you very much for the audience for sitting through the entire day. And I'm sure you will start thinking about a digital strategy, thinking about some of the new insights shared for those who already have a digital strategy and engage the bloggers. Thank you very much and good evening.
Right, thank you very much to our panelists and of course our moderator as well. Well, up next we have a 15-minute coffee break, and what happens afterwards is something that a lot of you have been waiting for. It's the speed networking session. So how it's going to work is that everyone will clear the hall and go for their coffee except the bloggers. The bloggers will stay. And if there are bloggers here who haven't gotten their coffee yet, I encourage you to hurry up, get your coffee and come back, because on each table there will be 2 bloggers. And they will have their number boards and their name boards, and next to them there will be a chair. So the industry partners will move around, see which blogger you want to talk to, and you can sit down and talk to them for 5 minutes. The names and numbers will also be on the screens. And after 5 minutes, there will be a sound played, and then you get up and you go meet the next blogger you want to meet. So for us to get the hall set up, everyone will move out. The bloggers can stay in. 15 minutes for tea or coffee. The time now is 5:15. So at 5:30, we'll meet for our speed networking session.
can you help me? It's cold down now, nowhere to sleep. Is there some way you can tell me? He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can't hear her. Starts to whistle as he crosses the street. She's embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. She walks out to the mound on the street. He can see she's been crying. She's got blisters on the soles of her feet. She can't walk, but she's trying. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise.
you.